Here's a look at some of the headlines we're following this morning. A New Orleans police officer is recovering after he suffered a graze wound to the head following a shooting on the I-10. He was not on duty. Some people in New Orleans East now have lights. Entergy restored their service overnight. Plaquemines Parish is going into a complete lockdown later this morning. We're going to tell you who's allowed to enter the parish, and the airport is making plans to resume service. We'll get to those stories in just a moment, but first, Michelle Morgan is here with a look at today's forecast. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, Leslie. Well, today's going to be another hot and humid day. We'll be dealing with the scorching heat, and a heat advisory will be in effect as well. Right now, not too bad. It's pretty cool out there in the upper 70s, but the humidity is ridiculous outside, and it's going to remain that way throughout the rest of the day. As we take a look at a few temperatures, upper 70s in Reserve, as well as Kenner. Slidell also coming in at 77, and it's 80 degrees in Belle Chase. So a heat advisory will be in effect for pretty much the entire area, extending into southern Mississippi. You can see highlighted in that orange area. So the heat advisory will be in effect starting at 10 this morning, and it will last through around 6, 7 o'clock this afternoon. So temperatures today, my forecast high 91, but it's going to feel like 105 to 108 degrees in a few spots, especially with many still without power. Again, we're still in that cleanup process. Please be very careful while you're out and about. Heat illness, very easy to occur throughout today. So again, make sure you're staying hydrated. As we take a look at your planning forecast, again, temperatures climbing into the lower 90s, a mix of sunshine and clouds, and I am expecting a few scattered showers and thunderstorms throughout the afternoon. April.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michelle. Quiet on the roads to start in regards to congestion, at least. Let's take a closer look live outside so we can at least see what's happening and update on the roads. Unfortunately, the exit ramps are still closed along Highway 51 in Laplace due to flooding. It honestly may be towards the end of the week, possibly even next week, before those open. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge still reserved for emergency vehicles. So if you do absolutely have to travel there, please make sure that you are being aware of your surroundings. We do still have lots of debris on the westbound lanes. Northbound I-55 closed from West University in Hammond to the Mississippi line due to downed trees, and then still not seeing any change with the off ramps east and westbound along I-10 and southbound along I-55 in Laplace. This is not in the metro area. Again, this is just in Laplace, and then anywhere past that point along I-10 or I-55, you'll be good to go. It's just at that I-55, I-10 merge, basically.
April, thank you. A New Orleans police officer is expected to be okay after he was shot while off duty. That officer was driving on I-10 near St. Bernard when he heard his window shattering and realized he was shot. He drove himself to the hospital where he's being treated for what's described as a deep graze wound to the head.
We do not know why or motive behind this shooting. He was in an unmarked unit, did not have any police markings on it. So we cannot say for certain that he was targeted because he was a police officer. All we do know now is that he sustained a gunshot wound to the head, a deep graze wound to the head. He is in stable condition. He is responsive.
And that did happen last night. Chief Ferguson says the incident is being investigated by the Force Investigative Team, which handles any shooting involving a police officer. Well, some great news for New Orleans East residents. Some of you now have your lights back on. Let's take a look at Entergy's outage map. That green line, or some of those green lines, means those are areas where Entergy has restored power. While people in those areas have gotten back their lights, there are still about 772,000 others who haven't. Entergy New Orleans posted this message on Facebook early this morning. They called the restoration of service to parts of the East a first step in bringing power back to the region, adding that, quote, crews will have to methodically bring back additional transmission lines over time to provide additional pathways for power to enter the region, helping to maintain stability of the system throughout the complete restoration process. CLECO is moving more resources to help restore power to St. Tammany and Washington parishes. The power company says they estimated their damage assessment efforts would be completed in the next couple of days. That's just the damage assessment. Right now, more than 90,000 CLECO customers in St. Tammany Parish are without service this morning. That's about 93% of their customers. Power has been completely restored to Slidell Memorial Hospital, and the company is hoping to restore power to Lakeview and St. Tammany hospitals today. This morning at 6 o'clock, Plaquemines Parish will go into a complete lockdown. The sheriff's office will have roadblocks set up, and only parish residents and people directly involved in recovery will be allowed to enter. You will have to show your ID with proof of residency. There's no exceptions. The parish lost water service last night and is still without power. A parish-wide curfew will continue from dusk till dawn until further notice. Later today, parish officials will hold a news conference to discuss the situation. Later today, Governor John Bel Edwards will tour more areas damaged by Hurricane Ida. He's going to make stops in Jefferson and Orleans. It comes a day after he got a first-hand look at the damage in St. John Parish. And as Paul Murphy reports, the parish was hit by strong winds, devastating surge, and relentless rain.
Hurricane Ida tore a path of destruction through the heart of St. John Parish. You see this kind of damage everywhere you turn in LaPlace. James and Sabrina Alexander live in the Cambridge subdivision.
I figured every house is gone. I mean, they all been flooded. Half the roofs are gone, and they got walls missing off of some of the houses. And everybody had to have a lot of water because we were knee deep in water.
For many, we were thinking about going into the attic, and there is no attic. All of the attic is caved in. And the left side of the house where the attic was, all that roof is gone.
More than 100-mile-per-hour sustained winds battered St. John, while 17 inches of rain fell and damaging storm surge rushed in from Lake Pontchartrain. Marvin LeVay lives on Fairway Drive in the Carrollwood subdivision.
We've been in this house 44 years. We've been here for Katrina, Andrew, and never had this kind of devastation. We have had tree damage, but that's about the major part of it.
Governor John Bel Edwards flew over St. John Parish as he toured the storm-damaged areas of the state on Tuesday. He said, "We're dealing with a real catastrophe here."
It was not just surge, but you got plenty of surge. It was not just wind, but you got plenty of that. But also some of the heaviest rains that fell anywhere in the state of Louisiana fell on St. John the Baptist Parish. 80% of all the rescues done in the state of Louisiana were done in St. John the Baptist Parish yesterday.
St. John President Jacqueline Hotard said her community is devastated.
This is going to be very difficult. Worst disaster that we've all seen in St. John Parish. And it's going to take a long time.
Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
Paul, thank you. Water is slowly being restored to St. John Parish. There's a boil water advisory for everyone in the parish until further notice. A curfew is also in place from 7 at night until 8 in the morning. Later today, residents will be able to pick up blue tarps, water, and MREs at the West St. John High School in Edgard and at the Regala Gym in Reserve. The distribution will be from noon until 5 o'clock at both locations. And we did mention some power outages. I did want to mention Washington St. Tammany electric co-op numbers. St. Tammany about 26,000 still without power through that service. Tangipahoa has 4,400. Washington Parish 9,500. Officials at Armstrong International are hoping to get back to normal operations as early as this weekend. Today, there could be some airlines that resume flights. The airport suffered only minor damage from Ida, but right now they're running on generator power. The landlines are all down, and like the rest of Jefferson Parish, they have no water, and that means airlines could very well keep canceling until things improve.
These factors include staffing availability, conditions in the local area, the airport facilities.
If you have a flight scheduled, you should check with your airline before headed to the airport. And we're keeping track of which businesses are open in New Orleans. You can text the word open to 529-4444, and we will send you a link to this list. You can also find it on our website, WWL-TV.com. And if you see somewhere that's open, help us out. Let us know. Post it to Twitter with the hashtag OpenNOLA so we can add it to this list. Well, the need for food, water, and tarps is great across the metro area. Coming up next, we'll take you to a distribution that happened yesterday in Algiers. We met a woman there who had her first meal in days. And with so many people using generators to power their home, we have some advice on how to protect yourself from carbon monoxide poisoning, something we saw in St. Tammany yesterday. Plus, we'll be back with a full look at your forecast. Don't go away. The city of New Orleans is providing free meals to residents once again today. It is expected to have those long lines similar to the lines that formed in Algiers yesterday for a food and supply giveaway there. Adriana D'Alba from our sister station was there, and she has the story of one woman who had not eaten in days before yesterday's event.
The line of people seeking help stretched on and on, curving around the Arthur Monday Center several hours before the relief began.
I was here about an hour before they were supposed to start.
People waited in cars, some came on foot, waiting in the heat for food and water. We met Miss Diana Estes. She couldn't wait to eat. It's been days.
I'm hurting, miss. I don't have nothing, nobody to help me. All my relatives stayed and gone. I don't have hardly nobody in New Orleans to help me. Nobody, I'm knocking from door to door begging for food in the place to lay my head. If anybody can help me.
Hurricane Ida forced the roof over her head to cave in. She's been sleeping on the ground in a shed ever since.
We be burning up. We wake up in sweat. We go to bed in sweat. We don't have nothing. We homeless. We very homeless. We don't have nothing. We need help in New Orleans.
With so many grocery stores either closed or empty, food is scarce. Councilmember Kristen Palmer organized this event in just 12 hours, partnering with area food banks to distribute 2,000 meals and set up a phone charging site.
We've never had lines like this, even at the very beginning of the pandemic, when people were really uncertain, So it's really incredible. You can really see the need.
She feared they'd run out of food early. People showed up nonstop for 4 hours. Wanda Jacks couldn't afford to evacuate.
The hardest part is not seeing my kids go through it. And when they fall asleep, I be crying like, Lord, please help us out of this situation. When is this going to be over with, Lord? You hear so many stories, but how long we going to be out of lights and stuff? And it's horrible.
Amid the suffering, there are givers trying to make things better. Even if it's just for a day, a hot meal is a temporary reprieve from the uncertainty that lies ahead. In New Orleans, Adriana D'Alba, Eyewitness News.
Adriana, thank you. Officials are working to get disaster food assistance approved in the aftermath of Ida, and they say that if you're interested, it is best to pre-register right away. You'll have to do that online. You're looking at the website right here. They say they've also upgraded the system, so if you have registered before in the past, you will need to register again for Ida. Regular SNAP recipients are not eligible for DSNAP, but if you're eligible for additional benefits, they will be loaded onto your card automatically. Again, the DSNAP program has not yet been approved, but if you pre-register, that can help speed up the process if and when it's authorized. Time's now 4:45. Let's get back over to Michelle.
Thanks, Leslie. Right now, okay, a quick update on Ida. It's now a tropical depression moving to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. It's a big rainmaker for portions in the northeast this afternoon leading into the weekend and has winds of 30 miles per hour. It is far away from us, thank goodness, but today we are expected to deal with the dangerous heat. Many of us still without power, so please exercise extra caution while you're out and about. And a lot of us, we are in the cleanup process. So it's 79 degrees right now. It's quiet. I'm not tracking any showers. For the rest of the area, upper 70s, lower 80s. Belle Chase coming in at 80 degrees, 77 in Slidell, upper 70s in Reserve. Baton Rouge, we're looking at 74 degrees. Dew points are relatively high in many spots. Again, we'll be dealing with oppressive humidity throughout the rest of the afternoon and also heading into Thursday and Friday, but drier air is on the way. We'll talk about that in a bit. A heat advisory once again in effect today starting at 10 through 6 p.m. for much of the area extending into southern Mississippi, meaning though even though my forecast high in the lower 90s, which is right where we need to be for this time of the season, the heat indices again, when you factor in the humidity, it is going to feel like 105 up to 108 degrees. So it's going to feel very hot, dangerous heat, and the temperatures are going to, or the heat indices will climb very quickly throughout the rest of the day. So again, be very careful. Make sure you're staying hydrated. As we take a look at the radar, I'm not tracking any showers. We are starting off dry across southeast Louisiana. That is going to change later on today. And I've been checking the river levels on the North Shore, and everything is starting to improve. Thank goodness. The Bogafalaya and also the Katrina looking pretty good, and it will continue to improve as we head into the weekend. Mandeville, 92 degrees, a mix of sunshine and clouds, and watch out for scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms today. Again, the setup will have a shortwave trough moving from the north, so that's actually going to stir up a few showers and thunderstorms today and tomorrow. But the good news is that an upper level ridge will build out to the west, and that's actually going to push in a good amount of dry air as we head into the weekend. So we won't be dealing with that oppressive humidity. Again, our weather conditions will improve in terms of the humidity as we head into your Saturday and Sunday. So that is great news right there. But as we take a look at the high resolution model, we'll have an onshore flow as we head into the afternoon hours, and we'll have a few coastal showers start to develop across the area. A few of those showers are going to slide northward, and we'll start seeing a few isolated thunderstorms, quick heavy downpours in a few spots as we head into the afternoon. Heading into the overnight hours, we'll see lots of clouds, and then tomorrow morning starting off dry, but I do think we'll see even more showers start to develop across the area, especially along our coastal areas. Light at first, but then we get that daytime heating. We'll start seeing a few showers and thunderstorms start to really fire up across the area as we head into the afternoon. Notice the timestamp around 3, 4, 5 o'clock. And then as we head into your Thursday night, looking relatively quiet. Now we are getting closer to the peak period of hurricane season, and we have 2 named storms in the Atlantic Basin. Thankfully, not a threat to our area. In fact, not a threat to any land masses. So we do have Kate now, a tropical depression, and Larry actually just formed not too long ago. It is a tropical storm at the moment. It's closer to the coast of Africa, but it is expected to, or it's forecasted to develop into a major hurricane in the coming days. Again, look at the motion or the forecast track. It is expected to remain a fish storm, so that is great news. And I am looking at an area of disturbed weather, showers and some thunderstorms, disorganized of course, and it has a low chance of development again in the next couple of days or so. So that's what's going on in the tropics. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Hot and humid, scattered showers, a heat advisory in effect. It's going to be hot and humid tomorrow as well, and a heat advisory will also be in effect tomorrow afternoon. Friday, lower 90s, a mix of sunshine and clouds, and then drier air sets in as we head into the weekend.
Thanks so much, Michelle, for that update. Traffic, not seeing any major changes, some, but very, very minor. If you don't have to travel on the roads, guys, at this point, please stay off the roads. We actually have a curfew, but until the sun comes up, especially, it is very, very dark. You'd be surprised how dark it is without having those lights on, especially in more rural areas. Right now, I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge is reserved for emergency vehicles only. You will not get stopped if you're traveling on the roads here. I do want to got a lot of messages on social media yesterday in regards to this, but officials are advising that you don't travel in this area for a couple of reasons. We want to make sure that the roads stay clear for emergency responders, but also there's still lots of debris, particularly on the westbound lanes of the interstate. So it just is not as safe as it could be, obviously. So please refrain from taking I-10 basically west from Loyola until you make your way towards Baton Rouge if you are able to. Exit ramps do remain closed along Highway 51 in LaPlace due to flooding.
April, thank you. Power's already being restored in some places in St. Tammany, but that process takes time, so some people are relying on generators. As Erica Ferrandis tells us, though, it nearly cost one Slidell family their lives.
A Slidell family of 9, including an infant, is lucky to be alive after they all suffered carbon monoxide poisoning from using a generator in their garage.
Almost near-death situation.
Slidell Fire Chief Chris Kaufman says the family had a small crack in the garage, but it was not enough to keep the carbon monoxide from their home. Luckily, they were awake.
I can tell you if it would have been at 3 o'clock in the morning, they probably would not have woken up. So whatever happened, God was with them. They were able to recognize some of the signs. I think some of the throwing up, that was physical. People can see what's happening.
Kaufman says another man in Slidell was injured from improper generator use. Monday night, firefighters responded to a residential structure fire that started with a generator being refueled.
He wound up having burns from the lower part of his legs all the way to his head. Second and third degree burns, refilling a generator.
Chief Kaufman says you cannot refill a generator while it's running.
Turn it off, let it cool down for, look at your manual. Usually it's 3 to 5 minutes.
He hopes he doesn't get another call like this. Firefighters in Slidell have been trying to help power crews work as quickly as possible by cutting down trees and clearing roads. Chief Kaufman says aside from flooded areas, all of Slidell and unincorporated areas should be clear of trees and roadways by tonight.
And of course, power is the #1 issue at this point. But we don't want trees to stop the power companies and those teams that are coming in here to help us. We want them to be able to get in as quickly as they can and get power restored.
98% of CLECO's St. Tammany Parish customers are still without power, but it is starting to come back. Hospitals are the top priority, and they're starting to get power, and even some residents in the parish may start to see their lights turn on tonight. In Slidell, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Erica, thank you. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Hurricane Ida brings up many comparisons to Hurricane Katrina, which devastated New Orleans in 2005. Reporter Brandon Keefe was here to cover Katrina and returned exactly 16 years later for Ida. He discovered some similarities and some big differences.
The high ground to the west was all the way at Airline and Causeway Boulevard. The on-ramp became a boat ramp. This is rare HD footage I shot in 2005. Many things have changed. This newborn rescued from Charity Hospital is now 16 years old. And though the same signs of a hurricane are there as before, Ida left the city high and dry.
Of course, the big difference is in 2005, the levees broke, flooding from the lower 9th Ward to Lakeview. This is the intersection of Leslie and Bel Air today, where there are new homes. The pumps didn't work, and the water got within 6 inches of their doorsteps, but not completely underwater, like 16 years ago.
People rescued by boat walked up Causeway Boulevard to I-10, only to suffer days longer before the buses arrived. These are the haunting images of Katrina. But after this storm, hundreds are not waiting for help on I-10. They're looking for gas and waiting for the power to come back on.
The thousands of people waiting at the convention center for a rescue that would take 5 days. Finally, on September 3rd, they lined up for buses to Houston. But this time, the street is empty, and so is the convention center. The shelter of last resort was not needed this time.
Instead of rescue boats racing down Carrollton, 16 years to the day, there are cars, some driving, others parked on the streetcar line, which is always high ground. New Orleans learned lessons after recovering from Katrina, and the government invested $15 billion in the levee system that passed this latest test.
Parts of New Orleans flooded that had never flooded before. This neighborhood in Carrollton is dry today, although there are downed limbs. People here are counting their blessings.
Top it all, we also had the flooding, which we didn't have this time. The winds were bad for this one, but not nearly like Katrina.
Katrina will hopefully forever be the high water mark, a time when the waters rose up, but so did the people of New Orleans. For Eyewitness News, I'm Brendan Keefe.
Brendan, thank you, man. That was so interesting to see. Grand Isle's mayor is vowing the people who live on the island will be back. Coming up next at 5 o'clock, we get a look at the damage and meet a man who stayed during Ida. Don't go away.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the Eyewitness Morning News on this Wednesday, September 1st. I'm Sheba Turk. And I'm Leslie Spoon, and we had the latest on the aftermath of Hurricane Ida.
And
coming
let's
up in
give the
just a
exciting
moment.
news. We actually have some power
I know,
in
right?
the city. It's not for everyone. Only a little portion of New Orleans East. Duke Carter will have more on that in just a minute.
Yeah, but such a
We're
bright
glad
light.
to hear someone, because it means the rest of us are coming soon, right?
Exactly. We will be under a heat advisory once again today, though.
Let's get over to local weather expert Michelle Morgan with more on what we can expect. Michelle?
Yeah, today's going to be another hot and humid day across southeast Louisiana. And again, some of us were getting our power turned back on, so that's good news. But some of us were still out of power. Again, make sure you're being very careful while you're out and about. Stay hydrated. You know the deal. Right now, not too bad. It's 79 degrees out there. I'm not tracking any rain, but later on this afternoon, a shortwave trough will slide in through the north, and that's actually going to trigger a few showers and thunderstorms. Notice the temperatures. We're in the upper 70s across the area. Good morning, Belle Chase. It's 79, 77 in Slidell, Bogalusa 76, and 79 in Kenner. Temperatures will climb, of course, throughout the afternoon, but the humidity, it is going to be oppressive today. We're looking at the humidity levels already above, and it's going to continue to climb today. So because of that, when you factor in the humidity, we're actually going to have a heat advisory in effect for much of the area extending into southern Mississippi, highlighted in that orange color. So that's going to start at 10 through 6 today. Heat indices may get up to 108 degrees in a few spots. That's dangerous heat. Make sure you're being very careful. As we take a look at the heat index through the afternoon, notice they will continue to climb. Some areas, again, in New Orleans, we're looking at 104, 105 degrees. Right now, I'm not tracking any showers. We are starting off dry, which is great news. But later on today, a few showers and thunderstorms are expected to pop up. And I've been keeping an eye on the river levels, especially on the North Shore, and everything is improving. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michelle. 5:02 this morning, and seeing some changes on the roads for sure, but we still have a lot of roads in areas that do remain closed. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at our map and see what's happening there. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, so that's going to be westbound headed towards Baton Rouge, is reserved still for emergency vehicles only. I want to clarify this. You are able to travel in this area, but officials are advising that you don't. First, we want to keep the roads clear for emergency vehicles so they can go towards whatever they need to, especially in La Place, because we do have some active flooding still in the area. And there's still debris, guys, on the interstate in many sections headed westbound. So if you don't have to travel on the roads in this particular direction out of any of them, please refrain from doing so. And we do still have a curfew in place, so be mindful of that as well. And it also is very dark. Visibility will remain low, especially until the sun comes up. Exit ramps do remain closed along Highway 51 in La Place due to flooding as well.
Thank you very much, April. It's the beginning of the news we're all waiting for. Finally, some neighborhoods in New Orleans East have electricity. Entergy crews are, of course, working to restore power to people across the metro area.
Yeah, originally staff said it would take 4 days just to assess the damage, so this is huge news. Duke Carter is in New Orleans East, and Duke, that's where some people have lights this morning. Oh my gosh, what a sight to see behind you.
Isn't it? Like, we were trying to get to the Lake Carmel subdivision, a place that, according to the energy outage map, actually has power at this time. One of the few neighborhoods in the city of New Orleans that has power at this time. And so when we got to Bullard and this intersection here, we were just like, whoa, this is pretty lit up. And this is one of the many gas stations, unfortunately not for good news, that we've covered. But this is one of the many gas stations here in New Orleans East that has power. Of course, you can see it's saran wrap around the gas pumps because, well, there's no pumps or no gas at this time. And so I want our photographer to pan left a little bit. You can clearly see that we do have lights, the street lights, even though they're not, well, fully functioning and letting you know when cars can go. You have lights over there. Again, kind of want to give a little bit of a contrast. Now, over there, you probably really can't see how dark it is, but that is actually the Walmart parking lot off of Bullard. And pretty people who are familiar with this area, you know what that is. And no lights are on that side of I-10 here in East off of Bullard. And so we were just driving around and we saw that this is, again, one of the few areas that have lights. And so we want to show you all what Energy put out earlier this morning, saying that crews will have to methodically bring back additional transmission lines over time to provide additional pathways for power to enter the region, helping to maintain stability of the system throughout the region. That statement does continue to read, and says this is the first step to bringing power back to the region. Now, we've heard from Leslie where energy crews said the assessment period would initially take about 4 days, and they're going to have more than 20,000 restoration workers to pursue at least tracks to get the lights back on. And so the CEO of Entergy Louisiana, Philip May, said he could not comment to give a specific timeline to restore power, but New Orleans City Council President Helena Moreno, who regulates Energy New Orleans, said that 4-day assessment was sobering. Take a listen to what she had to say.
I want to be very honest with the people of New Orleans. I got off the phone with the Entergy engineers earlier today, and they told me that the assessment alone of the transmission failures, that alone could take up to 4 days. So up to 4 days of just assessing the damage before it could be repaired.
Now we're here in New Orleans, the East, again, one of the few spots here in the city that does have a power. Now also, Helena Moreno mentioned that there could be talks of using the power plant, the controversial power plant in New Orleans East. No word on yet if that has a role of how some sections of New Orleans East has power at this time. But of course, hopefully we'll get some answers from Energy to find out how exactly certain parts of New Orleans has power. Back to you.
Duke, this is amazing news. Thank you so much. Coleco is moving more resources to help restore power to St. Tammany and Washington parishes. The power company says they estimated their damage assessment efforts would be complete in the next couple of days. Right now, more than 90,000 Coleco customers in St. Tammany Parish are without service this morning. That's about 93% of their customers. Power has been completely restored to Slidell Memorial Hospital, and the company is hoping to restore power to Lakeview and St. Tammany hospitals today. As for Washington St. Tammany Electric, there's over 40,000 customers without power on the North Shore. An investigation is underway after a New Orleans police officer was injured in a shooting. He was off duty.
Yeah, that officer suffered a graze wound and is going to be okay. Asher Staples is joining us live now on more what police say happened in this case. Asher? All right, guys, sorry, we're having some technical difficulties with Asha there, but again, that officer is expected to be okay. We'll get back to her in a second for more details. Lafourche Parish residents are being allowed to return home. There will be checkpoints set up to let people in, and you will need to show proof that you live in the parish. A curfew will be in place starting every night at 7 and lasting until 6 in the morning. And this is some video of the damage from the Golden Meadow area. And here are some things parish officials want you to know before you come back. There's no power in the parish, and it's unknown when it will be restored. There's no clean water access from Raceland to the South Lafourche area, and nearly all communication is down, including cell phone service. There are limited stores open, so you will need to bring your own supplies with you. It's just terrible seeing the devastation there in the Golden Meadow area, Michelle.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? The thing is that at least we're getting the power turned on in a few spots, so that's great news here. But a heat advisory, once again, is going to be in effect today. So for those of you without power, just be very careful. Make sure you're staying hydrated. A quick update on Ida. Far away from us, it is going to be an extreme rainmaker for portions of the Northeast today and also tomorrow. It is moving to the Northeast at 24 miles per hour with winds of 30 miles per hour. So many of those areas, including Northern Virginia and portions of Pennsylvania, will see the risk of flash flooding throughout today and tomorrow. Here at home, we are quiet. I'm not tracking any rain. It is warm. 79 degrees, and temperatures will continue to climb today. So a heat advisory in effect later on this morning into the afternoons. We'll be dealing with the dangerous heat again, so make sure you're staying very careful. A few spots here in the upper 70s. Good morning, Slidell, 77, 79 in Kenner, and 79 degrees in Belle Chase. The dew points are relatively high as well. We will be dealing with that oppressive humidity throughout the rest of the day. So when you factor in the humidity with the hot temperatures, again, my forecast high today, 91. It's going to feel like 105 to 108 degrees for many areas highlighted in the orange, and again that heat advisory extending into southern Mississippi today. So again, the heat indices will continue to climb. In New Orleans, it'll feel like 104, 105 degrees, so make sure you're staying careful, drinking plenty of water. As we take a look at the radar, I'm not tracking any showers. We are dry right now, but a shortwave trough will slide through the area later on today, and that's actually going to trigger a few showers and thunderstorms. And I'll show you the forecast in a little bit. But as we take a look at Mandeville, 92 degrees, a heat advisory in effect, and scattered showers are possible. It will be heavy in a few spots, so make sure you're looking out for those. So as we take a look at the setup, again, a shortwave trough will move through. That is going to trigger a few showers and thunderstorms later on today, but drier air is expected later on this weekend as the upper level ridge continues to build. That is going to slide in some dry air, and that's actually going to push our dew point into the lower 70s in a few spots. But again, as we head into next week, those dew points will climb right back into the mid to upper 70s. But at least some dry air is on the way, so that's good. And that's what I'm talking about here. So dew points will be relatively high throughout the rest of the week, and then that drier air setting in as we head into our Saturday. So as we take a look at the high resolution model, a few showers and thunderstorms are possible, starting off along our coastal areas. We'll have an onshore flow, heavy downpours in a few spots, but then as we head into the afternoon, that daytime heating, and then combined with that shortwave trough that's going to slide through, we'll see a few scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms start to develop first south of the lake, and then as we head to the north shore, a few pop-up showers, some isolated thunderstorms are possible through the early evening hours. Tonight, though, plenty of clouds. It will be rather quiet, but then as we kick off our Thursday morning, we'll start seeing a few light showers at first along our coastal areas, but we get that daytime heating Thursday afternoon, and then scattered showers and some thunderstorms will really start firing up across the area, and it will be heavy in a few spots. So watch out for those, especially during the afternoon. As we head into Thursday night, can't be ruled out. A few light showers are possible, especially south of the lake, and we might see a few heavy showers. So again, make sure you're looking out for those. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Hot and humid today, heat advisory 92. A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow as well. Drier air moves in for the weekend. April.
Yeah, thanks very much, Michelle. Definitely important to know about the weather as well as traffic. A lot of y'all have been very focused on getting out or coming to the city as well as surrounding parishes. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge still reserved for emergency vehicles. You are able to travel. I had a lot of people messaging me yesterday. This area is not shut down. You don't have to show an ID or anything like that. We don't have official checkpoints, but officials are asking that you keep this clear for emergency vehicles so they can travel to wherever they need to. And of course, we do so actively have debris on the roadway. So it just honestly, guys, isn't safe in many parts of those westbound lanes traveling basically from Loyola, the Loyola exit in Kenner to Baton Rouge. So just be mindful of that if you are able to keep it clear. Please, if you don't have to travel on the roads in general, please stay off of them, especially before the sun comes up. It's very dangerous since we don't have any lights. Exit ramps do still remain closed, unfortunately, along Highway 51 and La Paz. That'll honestly probably be at least for another week or so. Join us after the break for more Eyewitness Morning News.
An investigation into an off-duty police officer who was injured in a shooting is underway.
That's right. That NOPD officer suffered a graze wound, but will be okay. Asha Staples is joining us now. We had some technical difficulties earlier. Asha, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Sorry about that. We had a super long delay for some reason, but we did get some information from the chief of police. He does say that that officer is in stable condition and is responsive, so that's a great news. We're hoping to learn more, though, later on this morning about this incident, but here's what we do know. According to Police Chief Sean Ferguson, the off-duty officer was driving on I-10 westbound near the St. Bernard exit around 8:30 last night when he was shot. The officer did not shoot back, and he was able to drive himself to a local hospital. Now, last night, the police chief addressed the media about the crime, and he said there's no reason to believe this is an isolated incident and that there's no reason to also believe the officer was targeted because he was in an unmarked vehicle. As you know, the city is in total darkness following Hurricane Ida, so this incident comes just less than an hour after the city of New Orleans curfew. The curfew begins at 8 p.m. and it's in place in an effort to curb crime and keep people safe. Chief Ferguson says his officers, along with state police and the National Guard, are the only ones who should be out during the curfew, and he says there will be consequences for people who do not comply.
I will not give you any numbers on the number of arrests on looting, because every time we do that, this narrative develops as though there's this out of control city. We have made arrests. We will continue to make arrests. We will remain engaged.
And Chief Ferguson has not yet released the name of that officer involved in this shooting. There's also no information at this point about a suspect or a vehicle description. Of course, again, the interstate was very dark last night, so this does remain under investigation. As to that curfew, there is no date set just yet as to when that will be lifted. But of course, we'll keep you updated on all of that. Reporting live in New Orleans, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
So scary. We're glad that officer's going to be okay. Thank you very much, Asha. Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang says that Grand Isle is completely uninhabitable right now. 40% of the buildings were completely destroyed by Hurricane Ida. Bo Zimmer from one of our Tegna sister stations visited the island and has more on the situation there.
Well, it was a treacherous ride into Grand Isle this afternoon over washed out roadways and down power lines. But when we arrived, it was much the devastation that we were expecting. Many of the people who live out here say between 80 and 90% of the properties are damaged or completely gone. And the entire island is covered in a thick layer of sand.
Road looks like it's actually washed out a little bit under the water there.
What was once the main road across the island is now only passable in a four-wheel drive vehicle. The island is mostly empty. Only a few emergency vehicles and helicopters flying overhead.
See that slab? There was a house there.
We did manage to find Jim King, who rode out the storm inside his home.
You couldn't hear or see anything. That was the worst part. You can't see nothing. You can look out the windows, you can look out the door, but all you can see is just wind and rain and a howl.
The next day, King says he had to be hoisted to safety because his stairs were washed away. He now has to climb a ladder to access his home, but says riding out the storm was a mistake.
And just to see what happened was unbelievable. If I knew it was going to be that bad, I probably wouldn't have done it.
And while everyone back in New Orleans is wondering when the lights will be back on, the folks here are preparing for an even longer wait. Those lines out over the water are down for miles, and the folks here tell me they are preparing themselves to be without power for as long as 3 months. On Grand Isle, Bo Zimmer, Eyewitness News.
Absolutely devastating. Now, later today, Jefferson Parish residents can stop by the Ilario Center or the Shrine on Airline to pick up water, ice, MREs, or blue tarps. That distribution is expected to begin around noon today. All right, let's get back over to Michelle. Another heat advisory in effect today?
Yep, it's going to be hot and humid. So, of course, the heat advisory once again in effect starting at 10. And there will be a heat advisory in effect tomorrow as well. So my forecast high today, lower 90s. When you factor in the humidity, it is going to feel like the triple digits across the area. Please be very careful while you're outside. I know a lot of us were in that cleanup process, so make sure you're staying hydrated and taking frequent breaks. It's 79 degrees right now, and for the rest of southeast Louisiana, it's 79 in Belle Chase, upper 70s in Slidell, Kenner, and Reserve, and out in Baton Rouge, it's 75 degrees. That heat advisory, we're looking at the entire area extending into southern Mississippi, starting at 10 until 6 p.m. tonight, and will feel like 105 up to 108 degrees in many areas. So again, please be very careful. As you look at your planning forecast, temperatures will be in the mid-80s by 10. There's a low chance for a few spotty sprinkles, but as we head into the afternoon, you get that daytime heating, scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms producing heavy rain, very possible today because of the setup. But again, my forecast high in the lower 90s, and things look pretty quiet as we head into tonight. Taking a look at the live radar, I'm not tracking any showers in our area. There's one lone shower north of Morgan City, and that's about it right now. As we take a look at your local expert forecast, in Homa, 92 degrees. Again, scattered showers in your forecast. Thibodaux, same deal. And Slidell, very hot today, 94 degrees. And again, I am expecting scattered showers and a few isolated thunderstorms to pop up in your area. So as we take a look at the setup for today, again, a shortwave trough will slide in from the north. That's going to trigger a few showers and thunderstorms combined with that onshore flow. But out to the west over portions of Texas, an upper level ridge will continue to build, and that's actually going to push in a good amount of dry air into our area as we head into the weekend. So drier air is on the way, so that's actually going to push our dew points into the lower 70s, so it's going to feel tolerable. As you look at a high resolution model, again, a few scattered showers starting to develop along our coastal areas, then continuing to slide northward. And I do expect scattered showers to develop on the North Shore areas as we head into the 6-7 o'clock hour with quick heavy downpours. Tonight looks relatively quiet, just lots of clouds. And then tomorrow morning, starting off dry, can rule out a few sprinkles along the coastal areas. But then as we get that daytime heating, scattered showers really starting to fire up with quick heavy downpours in a few spots Thursday afternoon as well as Thursday night. Again, it will be light as we head into Thursday night. I do want to talk about the tropics because we're still in that busy peak season. We do have two named storms. Kate, now a tropical depression, not a threat to us. It is going to continue to track northward. And then we have Larry that actually formed earlier this morning. It is a tropical storm. Again, not a threat to us. Both storms are going to remain fish storms. And then we have an area of disorganized showers and storms that have a 20% chance of development. And I looked at the long range models. It looks like that area will continue to dissipate as we head into the weekend. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Hot, humid today, a heat advisory, 92 degrees. Please be careful and watch out for scattered showers. Drier air sets in as we head into the weekend. We'll be right back.
Well, FEMA is trying to stop the spread of misinformation about Hurricane Ida recovery assistance that's available.
Yeah, you've probably seen posts online about the biggest one. They're saying that FEMA is paying for hotel rooms, but here's what FEMA says is true. To be eligible for that type of aid, you first have to apply for disaster assistance. You can do that by going online to disasterassistance.gov or by calling 1-800-621-3362. Now, once you apply, then FEMA will tell you what type of aid you and your family are eligible for.
We know many of you have evacuated or are now trying to leave town, which means you have a lot of questions. Text your questions to us. Here's the number, 529-4444. And then join us at 1 o'clock this afternoon on the WWL-TV Facebook page, and we'll try to answer those questions for you. We're finally getting an idea of how widespread the destruction is from Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, LaPlace was one of the places that was hit hard. We'll show you some of the damage there.
And then we're going to show you where stores are starting to slowly reopen in parts of the metro area. Stay with us. Well, good morning. Thank you for tuning in to the Eyewitness Morning News. It is now 5:30 on this Wednesday, the first day of September. I'm Leslie Spoon.
And I'm Sheba Turk. And of course, we have lots of coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. But first, we want to start with a look at the forecast. Michelle Morgan following that for us this morning. And another heat advisory in effect, of course, because so many people still don't have AC.
Yeah, that's right. And many areas are going to feel like 105 and 108 degrees. So we'll be dealing with that dangerous heat once again today for the highlighted areas in orange. My forecast high 91, but of course it's going to feel so much hotter than that. So again, if you are doing anything outside, make sure you're drinking plenty of water and take frequent breaks. Again, heat illness can sneak up on you easily today because many of us, again, we don't have power or that air conditioner or air conditioning to cool off. So right now it's 79 degrees. It is quiet. We are dealing with some cloud cover across the area, but the good news is that I'm not tracking any showers. For the sensors that are working across southeast Louisiana, we're in the 70s right now. Some areas in the upper 70s. That includes Slidell. Good morning. 79 in Belle Chase and 79 degrees in Kenner. It's going to be hot today. Temperatures will climb into the lower 90s this afternoon. We'll be in the mid 80s by 10. We're looking at a medium chance of showers later on this afternoon, a mix of sunshine and clouds. But again, we are looking at scattered showers to develop later on today as we get that daytime heating, and we're looking fairly quiet as we head into tonight. Now, the next 3 days, today we're under a heat advisory, lower 90s. We're looking at showers to push in later on today. Heat advisory will be in effect once again tomorrow, so please be very careful because temperatures will be near average in the lower 90s, but scattered showers will start developing across the area tomorrow, and then as we head into Friday, hot and humid, and once again in the lower 90s.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Traffic is looking good this morning. It is still very, very dark, but we have a lot more areas that are open. Still, it is advised that if you don't have to travel on the roadways to refrain from doing so because it's just a bit dangerous still, guys, and especially right now since we don't have light just yet and the sun isn't up. If you're going to be traveling, however, be mindful of what's open and what's not. The exit ramps are still closed along Highway 51 in LaPlace due to flooding. Officials are still asking that you refrain from traveling along I-10, basically from Loyola to Baton Rouge westbound. That is currently reserved right now for emergency vehicles. You will not be stopped. You can technically travel there, but they're asking for individuals to keep that clear. All debris has been cleared off of the interstate. We are just getting confirmation of that, but please keep this area clear if you are able to make sure that emergency vehicles have enough space and not sitting in congestion in order to get where they need to go to help other residents. Off ramps along I-10 east and westbound, as well as southbound along I-55 do remain closed in LaPlace due to flooding as well.
April, thank you. Some good news for New Orleans East residents. Some of you now have your lights back on. Entergy New Orleans posted this message on Facebook this morning, calling the restoration of some service a first step in bringing power back to the region. Entergy added, quote, crews will have to methodically bring back additional transmission lines over time to provide additional pathways for power to enter the region, helping to maintain stability of the system throughout the complete restoration process. There are more than 772,000 others who are still without service. And stores are slowly starting to reopen after Ida shut down most of the metro area.
But whether you're looking for food or gas, the choices are so limited right now. Evan Narani is live outside of the Winn-Dixie on Tchoupitoulas, which reopens at its normal hours for the first time today. Evan?
That's right. Good morning to you. Yeah, they will be reopening their doors for the first time since Hurricane Ida hit. That'll be in about 30 minutes, and 20 locations across the greater New Orleans region are expected to reopen as well. And this comes at a pretty pivotal time for a lot of the residents of New Orleans, many of whom lined up yesterday at independent gas stations. For example, we were in LaPlace yesterday, and we talked to some of the residents who waited 5+ hours at some of those gas stations just to fill up their gas tank, for example, and then to go inside that store that had a generator running and finally be able to buy some, cold drinks or fresh food. And they say that this comes at a time when they had, in some cases, gone without food for several days. Take a listen to what some of those residents had to say.
I ain't eaten nothing in about 3 days. Everything is in a frenzy at this time. It's chaotic.
And again, that was just yesterday in LaPlace. Across the region today, about 20 of those Winn-Dixie locations are going to reopen their doors. Couple things to mention while those locations reopen. Number one, many of them will not be able to give you cash back. So if that's what you're going for, you likely won't be able to get that, but you will be able to stock up on your groceries if you need them. You also will be able to use any EBT cards, for example, while you're here, and they will be taking debit credit. That's what they say, at least in front of the store here. Now, they reopen their doors at 6 a.m. today. That's when they're expected to open. And again, many of those stores are assuming their normal hours once again. So you can expect long lines once these stores do reopen, as these are some of the locations across the greater New Orleans region that are reopening for the first time since this hurricane hit. Keep in mind, like I said, some of the people here haven't eaten in several days. They're expected to really stock up on the food and groceries that they need. My photojournalist, Julio Vasquez, even noted while we were driving up here. It took about a 15-minute drive to get here. It was black almost all the way through, as of course street lights are still down. It was hard to see anything along the way. Tree branches, for example, still down. But when we pulled up on this street, there is something to note about being able to see the Winn-Dixie sign in its full light. The grocery store lights are on once again, and it seems like just in about a half hour or so, they will reopen their doors to the public once again. You can head to the Winn-Dixie website for a full list of their locations that'll reopen their doors this morning and what those hours will look like. But for now, I'll send things back to you.
All right, Evan, thank you so much. And you're so right. Seeing that light makes a big difference. A lot of people have run out of essentials by now, so I'm sure that will be packed today. Thank you. And guys, we are trying to keep track of which businesses are open in New Orleans, so text us the word open to 5294444, and we'll send you a link to the list that we're putting together. You can also find it on our website, WWL-TV.com. And if you see somewhere that's open, help us out. Post to Twitter with the hashtag OpenNOLA so that we can add it to this list.
Officials at Armstrong International are hoping to get back to normal operations as early as this weekend. Today, there could be some airlines that resume flights. The airport suffered only minor damage from Ida, but they're running on generator power. The landlines are all down, and like the rest of Jefferson Parish, they have no water. That means airlines could very well have to keep canceling those flights until those conditions improve.
These factors include staffing availability, conditions in the local area, the airport facilities.
And if you do have a flight scheduled, you should check with your airline before going to the airport. This morning at 6 o'clock, Plaquemines Parish will go into a complete lockdown. The sheriff's office will have roadblocks set up, and only parish residents and people directly involved in recovery will be allowed to enter. You have to show your ID with proof of residency. There are no exceptions. The parish lost water service last night and is still without power. A parish-wide curfew will continue from dusk till dawn until further notice. Later today, parish officials will hold a news conference to discuss the situation.
And today, Governor John Bel Edwards will be touring more areas recovering from Ida. He'll be looking at damage in Orleans and Jefferson parishes, and then speaking at the Jefferson Parish Emergency Operations Center. Yesterday, he toured Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes, flying over Grand Isle and Lafitte. He ended that tour in St. John Parish, talking about the devastation there.
It was not just surge, but you got plenty of surge. It was not just wind, but you got plenty of that. But also some of the heaviest rains that fell anywhere in the state of Louisiana fell on St. John the Baptist Parish. 80% of all the rescues done in the state of Louisiana were done in St. John the Baptist Parish yesterday.
Governor Edwards and parish officials say that if you didn't leave for the storm, you should get out as soon as possible. There's a dusk to dawn curfew in St. John. Power and water will be out for the foreseeable future. The governor will speak today at 2:30. And in St. John Parish again, officials are telling residents who have not evacuated, don't come back yet.
That's because of that widespread damage in the area that we just heard Governor John Bel Edwards talking about. Let's take a look at some of the damage. It's just absolutely horrific. As the governor just mentioned, it was like a trifecta there. They had so much wind, they got unprecedented rainfall, and then the storm surge coming off Lake Pontchartrain. It just absolutely destroyed that. Evan was there live yesterday. We saw the water was still there. It doesn't look like there's a ton of standing. Well, there we go. Look at that, Sheba.
Yeah, just unbelievable. They have so much damage there. We've heard of people with anywhere from 8 to 14 feet of water inside their homes. This is not a place that people are going to be able to return to anytime soon, and that's why they're telling people who've evacuated, don't come back. You've probably heard this, Leslie, from people you know in the area, friends, family, who say, oh, we're going to come back now, right? Things are over. You don't want to come back, especially to parishes like these that really have no sign of recovery in sight. There's no even close to timeline on when power will be back. All right, let's get back over to Michelle.
Thanks, Sheba. Right now, an update on Ida, far away from us, but it's going to be a rainmaker to portions in the northeast. This afternoon, winds of 30 miles per hour, moving to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. But today, we are going to be dealing with the dangerous heat across southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi. A heat advisory once again in effect today, starting at 10 through 6. So temperatures are going to climb into the lower 90s this afternoon, but it's going to feel like the triple digits, feeling like 105 to 108 degrees. Again, that is dangerous heat. And also because many of us were still without power, so again, we don't have a way to really cool off as we go inside of our homes. So make sure you're drinking plenty of water today. And if you're planning on working outside, just take frequent breaks. As we take a look at the current temperatures, upper 70s across the area, 79 in Kenner, 77 in Slidell, good morning, and 79 in Belle Chase. So today, temperatures climbing into the lower 90s, right where we need to be for this time of the season, a mix of sunshine and clouds. But today, the setup, we're going to have a shortwave trough that's going to slide through the area, and that's going to increase our chances for scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms later on today. And a few of those thunderstorms may produce heavy rain at times. I do expect it to be brief, but again, we are looking at more rain as we head into the afternoon, which is exactly what we don't need. As we take a look at the radar here, I'm not tracking any rain. For the most part, North Shore looking good. I am tracking a few spotty showers over portions of Terrebonne Parish, Thibodaux, but for most of us, we are starting off dry. As we take a look at the high resolution model, again, we'll see a few showers and thunderstorms start to develop across the area, mainly along our coastal areas. And then as we head into the afternoon, we really start seeing those clouds start to build, and then isolated showers or scattered showers and thunderstorms will really start firing up across the area this afternoon, heavy at times in a few spots. As we head into the early evening hours on the North Shore, scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms are also possible, and heavy downpours again in a few areas, so please watch out for those. And then as we head into the overnight, I do expect things to quiet down and we'll be left with plenty of clouds. Now tomorrow, a heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. It's going to be hot, humid, it's going to feel like the triple digits, and once again, scattered showers and thunderstorms are going to bubble up across the area as we head into the afternoon hours, and especially on the North Shore, or the South Shore rather, a few downpours are possible as we head into the afternoon. Again, we get that daytime heating, so again, just make sure you're looking out for those. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. So as I mentioned before, a heat advisory in effect today and tomorrow, scattered showers through the afternoon, temperatures climbing into the lower 90s. Lower 90s tomorrow too. We'll see a few showers and thunderstorms, but again, we'll be dealing with the scorching heat. Friday, we're looking at mostly sunny conditions. Can't rule out a passing shower, 90 degrees, and then drier is expected to move into our Saturday. So at least we won't be dealing with the oppressive humidity. Still in the lower 90s and light showers as we head into your Sunday. April.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michelle. 5:44 this morning, and as we approach the 6 a.m. hour, we'll start to see the sun rise, and hopefully visibility will increase, and we'll see that many parts of the city are looking a little bit better in regards to debris. It's been fairly dangerous traveling in certain parts of the region and the metro area due to downed trees and just different pieces of debris on the roadways. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, so that's going to be westbound headed towards Baton Rouge, still officially reserved for emergency vehicles only. That does not mean that you can't travel in the area. It is not shut off to regular commuters, but they are advising that you stay off of the road if you can, particularly in that direction, since emergency vehicles still have to travel towards more rural areas in order to help in any way, especially in the Laplace area. Speaking of Laplace, the exit ramps are still closed along Highway 51 in Laplace, of course, due to flooding. We have many on and off ramps in Laplace that are closed due to flooding. All of the off ramps east and westbound along I-10 as well as southbound along I-55 are closed as well in Laplace. If you look really closely, you are able to see that road closure there.
All right, thank you, April. It's 5:45 now. Still to come, with so many grocery stores either closed or empty, food is scarce after Hurricane Ida.
The lines wrapped around the building at one food distribution in Algiers. We'll tell you how some people can get extra assistance. That's coming up.
And you don't see this every day. People in St. Bernard Parish had to rescue a cow from a tree. Well, the city of New Orleans is providing free meals to residents once again today. It is expected to have long lines, similar to the lines that formed in Algiers yesterday for the food supply and giveaway. Leslie?
Adriana de Alba from our sister station was there, and she has the story of one woman who had not eaten in days before yesterday's event.
The line of people seeking help stretched on and on, curving around the Arthur Monday Center several hours before the relief began.
I was here about an hour before they were supposed to start.
People waited in cars, some came on foot, waiting in the heat for food and water. We met Miss Diana Estes. She couldn't wait to eat. It's been days.
I'm hurting, miss. I don't have nothing, nobody to help me. All my relatives stayed and gone. I don't have hardly nobody in New Orleans to help me. Nobody, I'm knocking from door to door begging for food in the place to lay my head. If anybody can help me.
Hurricane Ida forced the roof over her head to cave in. She's been sleeping on the ground in a shed ever since.
We be burning up. We wake up in sweat. We go to bed in sweat. We don't have nothing. We homeless. We very homeless. We don't have nothing. We need help in New Orleans.
With so many grocery stores either closed or empty, food is scarce. Councilmember Kristen Palmer organized this event in just 12 hours, partnering with area food banks to distribute 2,000 meals and set up a phone charging site.
We've never had lines like this, even at the very beginning of the pandemic, when people were really uncertain, so it's really incredible. You can really see the need.
She feared they'd run out of food early. People showed up nonstop for 4 hours. Wanda Jacks couldn't afford to evacuate.
The hardest part is I'm seeing my kids go through it. And when they fall asleep, I be crying like, Lord, please help us out of this situation. When is this gonna be over with, Lord? You hear so many stories, but how long we gonna be out of lights and stuff? And it's horrible.
Amid the suffering, there are givers trying to make things better. Even if it's just for a day, a hot meal is a temporary reprieve from the uncertainty that lies ahead. In New Orleans, Adriana de Alba, Eyewitness News.
In St. John Parish today, residents will be able to pick up blue tarps, water, and MREs. The distribution is taking place. And listen up, because this has changed. What we reported at 4:30, they have since changed things. So one is at the Wallace Fire Station in Vacherie, or the Regala Gym in Reserve. That's from noon until 5 p.m. for both locations, so those are the correct locations. Crews there working around the clock to restore water and power to the parish. A curfew remains in place from 7 p.m. until 8 a.m. There's no garbage collection in the parish right now, but crews are out clearing debris from the roadway. And when cleaning out your house, you're asked to separate your debris into separate categories: household garbage, construction debris, vegetation debris, household hazard waste, white goods, and electronics. Whole Foods, they're also giving away free water and ice at stores on Veterans, Broad, and Magazine Street. That starts at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We have a list of several other businesses that are open on our website. It does include grocery stores, gas stations, restaurants, and even community charging stations.
Officials are working to get disaster food assistance approved in the aftermath of Ida, and they say that if you're interested, it's best to pre-register right away. You'll have to do that online. This is the website to do that. Take a look at your screen if you need to write that down. They also say they've upgraded the system, so if you've registered before in the past, you'll have to register again for Ida. Regular SNAP recipients are not eligible for DSNAP, but if you're eligible for additional benefits, then they'll be loaded on your card automatically. Again, the DSNAP program has not been approved yet, but if you pre-register, it can help speed up the process if and when it's authorized.
Well, it's something you don't see every day. Up next, details on the rescue of a cow trapped by Ida's floodwaters.
Well, guys, take a look at this video from St. Bernard Parish. A cow got swept away after Ida and had to be rescued from this tree. The parish government tweeted this video from Florissant. We're glad that the poor cow was rescued. That looks miserable. Oh,
I'm glad he's high enough up to where he wasn't trapped in the flood water didn't, he didn't drown.
And kudos to those guys for helping him out. All right, guys, we'll see you at 6 o'clock.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Thank you for joining us for the Eyewitness Morning News at 6 o'clock. We do continue our team coverage on the aftermath of Hurricane Ida this morning. We have crews across the area with updates on power outages, store openings, and more.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us on this Wednesday morning for our 6 o'clock hour. A lot of you are watching us online because so many people do not have power still, but we can report some good news.
We can.
There has been a bit of power restored in a small section of New Orleans East, so at least that's some progress.
Thank goodness. I know we're glad to see just someone with lights on. So we'll have much more on that coming up in a live report. But first, some other stories you need to know right now. New Orleans police say an off-duty officer was grazed with a bullet while driving on the I-10 last night. This happened just before 9 o'clock. He was driving westbound near the St. Bernard I-10 exit. Now, thankfully, he is recovering. The shooting happened just hours after the city implemented a curfew in an effort to keep things safe at night when there are no lights. That curfew started at 8 p.m. and lifted just a minute ago at 6 a.m.
And Plaquemines Parish is now under a mandatory lockdown. The sheriff there enacted the order moments ago at 6 a.m. Under the lockdown, only people who live or have businesses in Plaquemines will be able to get into the parish. There are checkpoints at every entry point into Plaquemines. The lockdown remains there until further notice. Plaquemines Parish lost water service yesterday, along with having no power, so big problems there. Those allowed inside will still have to follow a dusk to dawn curfew. The parish is holding a news conference later on today at 2 o'clock. We, of course, will be there for that.
And more stores are opening today to help those of you who are still here and need food and other essential items. We know a lot of people have run out of that stuff. The Winn-Dixie on Tchoupitoulas will actually be opening later today. It's one of several Winn-Dixie locations opening today. Our Evan Durrani is joining us live there later in this hour. And as we mentioned, a small glimmer of hope when it comes to electricity. Entergy has reported some progress in outages overnight. You can see on this map that a little bit of power has been reported in New Orleans East. That happened around midnight.
Entergy says it is working to safely bring back more transition lines to restore power, but a timeline is still kind of up in the air. Duke Carter is out in New Orleans East, where at least they do have some lights there. Does that place have any gas too?
Well, that's the kind of concern right now. So the good news is that, yeah, there is power here at this Bullard Shell gas station. The concern, though, is it's kind of creating an unintentional problem where a lot of people think that because of the fact that there's power, that this store has gas. And according to the sign on the store, according to the store sign, the store is closed. So we have to wait and see what develops later on today. But as you can clearly see, there's a desperate need for people who need gas at this time, based upon how many people are waiting in line, again, just because of the fact that there is power here in New Orleans East. Now, again, energy officials have put out a statement saying that this is a sign of hope. Early this morning, as crews, again, try to turn on power for that limited neighborhood, specifically here in eastern New Orleans, with generation supplied by the New Orleans Power Station. And so initial service can be provided to some customers. According to Energy, they're saying that restoration for the entire city of New Orleans, that will still take a significant amount of time to get power restored across the region. We want to show you all what that statement also continues to read. It says that the crews will have to methodically bring back additional transmission lines over time to provide other pathways for power to enter the region, helping to maintain stability of the system throughout the complete restoration process. And so Energy has said more than 20,000 workers will try to at least get some power, get the lights back on. According to Energy CEO Philip May, Energy Louisiana CEO Philip May said he could not give a timetable on when restoring power, but we did catch up with New Orleans council member who was just a little bit skeptical of how all 8 transmission lines failed during the height of the storm during Hurricane Ida, when that weather event happened here in the city of New Orleans. Now, back out here on scene, this is what you're seeing. This is the Shell gas station here off of Bullard, one of the few parts that has a power at this time. And again, many people are just now lining up because of the fact that this station has power. They're wondering when exactly the station will open up, because a lot of folks, as you can see clearly, need gas. Back to you.
And Duke, have you talked to any people out there? I mean, because the frustration is building. This for a lot of folks is just going on too long. I just came in a little while ago from my house on Claiborne Avenue. The line to get gas was more than a mile long.
Oh yeah, there was definitely some words we can't say on television. A lot of folks are just upset, just trying to figure out exactly where would they get gas, because a lot of folks, again, are just wondering, with so many resources, as in limited resources to get gas, where can you get that gas? So there were a lot of words, a lot of choice words we can't really repeat on television because of people being frustrated. Again, this may be another situation where a lot of folks are frustrated because they see, well, hey, great, the lights are on here at this gas station, but there is no gas. So what do we do at this time? And so, yeah, again, you can just see the desperation because of the fact that people are just waiting in line just to get gas, and no word yet on if the gas will come.
Gas is so important in all the necessities of life.
As we just heard, someone yell, where the gas at?
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much, Duke. We appreciate that.
It's ridiculous.
He's got somebody there he's talking to. All right. We're also focusing on CLECO and the power outages on the North Shore. In its latest update, the utility reported more than 96,000 customers were without power, affecting St. Tammany and Washington parishes. Right now, CLECO says it is trying to restore the power to critical infrastructure, places like hospitals and water and sewage systems. Those are always on the top of the list. Right now at 6:06, Michelle is in checking out the forecast for us, and if you're doing work outside, it's going to be another hot and humid one.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerously hot today. And you know what? There's a heat advisory that will be in effect for much of the area extending into southern Mississippi. A forecast high, lower 90s, but it's going to feel like 105 to 108 degrees for many areas. So again, we're in that cleanup process. A lot of us, we still don't have power. Be very careful while you're outside today. Again, heat illnesses can really creep up on you this afternoon. Taking a live look outside, it is quiet, lots of clouds. It's 79 degrees and winds are relatively light. And taking a look at our current temperatures in a few spots, 76 in Reserve, good morning, 76 in Slidell, upper 70s in Belle Chase and Kenner. Temperatures are expected to climb again, will be near average in the lower 90s, but the humidity will be ridiculous today. It's good, again, when you factor in the humidity with our temperatures, it's going to feel so much hotter on the skin. So again, even though temperatures will be near average, it's going to be extremely hot. A mix of sunshine and clouds through the afternoon. We'll have a shortwave trough slide through the area, and that's actually going to increase our chances for scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms for many of us. Quick heavy downpours are possible too. So to take a look at the heat indices, in New Orleans, it will feel like 104 degrees this afternoon, so keep that in mind. I've been keeping a close eye on the rivers on the North Shore today. Again, the Trinidad River, we're still at major flood stage. I do expect things to improve as we head into the weekend, but Boca Chica and the Boca Falaya looking pretty good. Again, those water levels are continuing to recede in those areas today. A few showers are starting to pop up on radar, especially in portions of Terrebonne Parish, south of Thibodaux, and it's heavy, but at least it's moving. We are dry in New Orleans, and on the North Shore we're looking pretty good as well. So we'll take a look at your 7-day forecast and what to expect for the weekend coming up in a bit.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Traveling on the roadways is looking a little bit better. We have all of the major sections of the interstate that are open, so that is some progress, which we always want to see. If you're going to be traveling on the roadways, keep in mind that you will still see lots of restrictions, I should say, possibly closures, mostly in on and off ramps. At 6:08 this morning, I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge is still reserved for emergency vehicles. You are able to travel there, but officials are asking that you don't, to make sure that the area is safe for emergency vehicles only. Exit ramps do remain closed along Highway 51 in Laplace because they are flooded. The off ramps along I-10 east and westbound, as well as I-55 southbound in Laplace, are closed due to flooding too. Not the rest of the interstate, only in Laplace. Again, east and westbound along I-10, as well as southbound along I-55, those off ramps are closed just in Laplace. Parts of LA-18 aren't passable as well right now from St. John Parish, the parish line, to Hanville, due to down power lines.
All right, thank you, April. An NOPD officer was grazed in the head by a bullet after someone fired gunshots on the I-10 last night. It happened just hours after the city issued a curfew, urging more people to stay off the roads, especially at night while the power is out. Asha Staples is live with more details on what happened here. And Asha, we should say that this police officer was off duty.
Yes, he was off duty, and we do know that he is responsive and in stable condition. We're hoping to learn a little bit more about the situation from last night, later on this morning with the chief of police. But again, this active investigation continues, and there's still so many questions that we have unanswered. But this is what we do know. According to the police chief, Sean Ferguson, he says the off-duty officer was driving on I-10 westbound around 8:30 last night, headed towards the St. Bernard exit. The officer did not shoot back when the shot was fired, and he was able to drive himself to the hospital. So last night, the police chief did address the media about the crime, and he said that there's no reason to believe this is an isolated incident, and that there's no reason to believe the officer was targeted because he was in an unmarked car. So as we do know, and as Sheba just mentioned, the city is in total darkness following Hurricane Ida. So the incident comes just less than an hour after the city of New Orleans curfew began. The curfew does begin at 8 p.m. and in an effort to curb crime and keep people safe. Chief Ferguson says his officers, along with the state and the National Guard, state police and National Guard, are the only ones who should be out during the curfew.
This is being proactive. It's wanting to ensure that we keep our city, our neighborhoods stabilized.
Situation because of the city being left in the dark because of no power on the interstate. So they are collecting. They did shut the interstate down to be able to collect as much information as they could to help them with this investigation. At this point, they do not have a suspect or a vehicle description for that person, and they have not yet released the name of that officer. So again, hopefully they'll have more information about this investigation for us later on this morning. As far as that curfew goes, there's no date or time as to when that will be lifted, but of course we'll let you know when that does, and we assume, of course, when power is restored here in the city of New Orleans. Live in New Orleans, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, Asha, thank you very much. The Governor John Bel Edwards, will be touring Orleans and Jefferson parishes today. He'll be meeting with local officials to give them an update on state and federal relief efforts. He'll be holding a news conference at 2:30 this afternoon. We, of course, will be there. We'll bring you that live coverage on our app and in more news on that in later newscasts.
And we want to make sure
make sure that you and your families are safe and informed during this time. If you have any questions about the weather, evacuations, or anything else, you can text those questions to us at 504-529-4444. Then tune into our WWL-TV Facebook Live at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We'll get answers to you on those questions. The Eyewitness News will host a Q&A, question and answer session for people who are in need of help. Remember, you can always stay connected with the weather and all the news and all the developments after Hurricane Ida with our free mobile app, the WWL-TV app. It's in your app store now. You can download it free for your phone and have the news and weather in the palm of your hand wherever you go. And right now, palms are going to be sweaty today with the weather.
Oh, yeah. Definitely going to be sweaty today, and you know, a lot of us, we're in that cleanup process. It's going to be hot, humid, a heat advisory in effect for the entire area extending into southern Mississippi today. So it's going to feel like 105 and 108 degrees. So please be very careful today, especially if you're cleaning up, if you're outside. Try and stay hydrated, take frequent breaks, because heat illnesses can really creep up on you, especially today, because many of us don't have the means to cool off, you know, being inside with air conditioners rolling. Right now we are pretty quiet. I'm not tracking any showers over the New Orleans area. Lots of clouds though, 79 degrees, and the winds are relatively light. For the rest of the area, mid to upper 70s right now. The areas where you see no temperatures is because our sensors are out. So we are in the 70s, upper 70s in Belle Chase, Kenner, 76 in Slidell, good morning, and 76 in Reserve. Dew points are high, and they will remain high throughout the day. So today's forecast, we're looking at lower 90s, a mix of sunshine and clouds, but clouds will continue to build through the area, and I do expect scattered showers, a few isolated thunderstorms to start popping up, heavy at times in a few spots, so make sure you're looking out for those. I've been keeping a close eye on all of the rivers on the North Shore. Again, the Tchefuncte River is still relatively high right now. I do expect things to improve as we head into the weekend. Again, the water slowly receding, but the Boga Chitto looking pretty good, as well as the Boga Falaya. Still pretty high in Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Bourne, but again, things will start to improve as we head into the weekend. Right now, as I said, we are relatively dry, but I am tracking some showers starting to bubble up over portions of Terrebonne Parish heading into Lafourche, and it is pretty heavy at the moment, but things are moving. But again, many of us, we are starting off relatively dry. So your local expert forecast, hot, humid, everybody under a heat advisory. 94 in Slidell, watch out for scattered showers. Hammond, same deal. Picayune, 92 degrees, a mix of sunshine and clouds. And Laplace also looking at 94 and a few showers stirring up in your area. So I do want to show you your 7-day forecast. A heat advisory will be in effect starting at 10 this morning, and we'll also have a heat advisory in effect tomorrow. Temperatures will be in the lower 90s, scattered showers both today and tomorrow. Friday looking okay, a mix of sunshine and clouds. Drier air sets in for the weekend, but it's still going to be hot, so at least we're not going to be dealing with the oppressive humidity. Time now, it is 6:15, and we'll be right back.
Right now it's 6:18. We are keeping up with updates from every parish affected by Hurricane Ida and bring that news to you.
That's right. And Leslie is following those reports now.
Hey guys, let's begin with an update in Lafourche Parish. Residents already allowed to return home there. The parish sent its latest assessment last night. Residents are allowed back. However, you must show proof that you live there to be let in. There's going to be checkpoints set up across the parish. For those who decide to return, you'll have to follow a nightly curfew, 7 p.m. till 6 a.m. until further notice. And all alcohol sales are suspended until further notice. Officials in St. John Parish, they sent an update on operations while you were sleeping. Water is slowly being restored to both the east and west bank of the parish. However, when your water comes back on, you do need to boil it. The entire parish under a boil water advisory until further notice. More than 18,000 residents still without power there. The parish says Entergy is making repairs to substations. And the parish will be giving out tarps, water, and MREs. You can get them at 2 different locations. Wallace Fire Station and Vacherie, or the Regala Gym and Reserve. That's from noon to 5 at each location. That is today. Remember, St. John is under a nightly curfew there, 7 p.m. until 8 a.m. And if we did not cover your parish here, don't worry. We have made it easier for you to find information for where you live. And you can find that by going to 529-4444, and you can text a code for where you live. I'm sorry it's not up on the screen right now. We do have that information on our website. It is very easy to find. There is also a bar, and it says all the different parishes. That's WWL-TV.com. We're taking a look at it right now. Okay, so say I live in St. Tammany, so I would text 3 to the number 529-4444. Once again, 529-4444. For instance, if you live in Orleans, text the number 1. Guys?
Actually, we're going to come to me first for traffic. I know a lot of you guys have been concerned about traffic. 6:20 this morning, and if you're going to be traveling on the roadways, we are accident and breakdown free. Try not to travel on the roads if you absolutely don't have to. It's still very dangerous in many parts of the region and metro area due to down power lines and trees. So again, just be aware of your surroundings, especially before the sun fully comes up, since visibility will remain low until then. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge still reserved for emergency vehicles. You are able to travel in this area, guys. I know there's been a lot of controversy about this, thinking that the interstate is shut down. It is not. You are able to travel westbound, basically from Loyola until Baton Rouge, but officials are asking that you refrain from doing that if at all possible, to allow this area to be clear for emergency vehicles, especially traveling towards LaPlace, since actively there's still some high water and issues out there. Exit ramps at Highway 51 remain closed in LaPlace due to flooding as well.
Thanks, April. And for the most part, it seems that all the major interstates are back open.
Yeah, all the interstates are back open. There was a part of I-55 northbound, basically in the Hammond area to the Mississippi line, that has opened as of yesterday afternoon, I believe. Yeah.
Sure. And I know people have been asking you a ton of questions. Is there a question you keep getting over and over that people need to know they can't pass through?
Yes. So mainly I-10 was westbound was very the most question that a lot of people had, because people want to get to or from New Orleans. I do want to point out to you guys that a lot of off ramps are still closed in LaPlace as well. People want to get back to LaPlace more than anything else, and I know it's frustrating, but I-10, basically east and westbound, all of the off ramps are closed along I-10 as well as southbound along I-55, and that is due to flooding. So even if you wanted to go out here, guys, you won't be able to right now.
Sure. And parish officials are saying they don't want people to come back. We showed some of the devastation there. Thank you so much, April.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's get back over to Michelle, talk more about this heat advisory in effect today, because except that portion of New Orleans East, most of us still don't have power.
Yeah, that's right. It's so unfortunate here, Sheba, because we are under a heat advisory starting at 10 this morning. So many areas will feel like 108 degrees rather, excuse me. For many of the parishes across southeast Louisiana and also southern Mississippi, again, starting at 10 through 6 p.m. A lot of us were under that cleanup process. We're going to be outside. Make sure you're staying hydrated and take frequent breaks, because unfortunately, many of us, we do not have power. We don't have a way to cool off in air conditioning home or our house. But again, just be very careful, because heat illnesses can really creep up on you. It's 79 degrees right now. It's warm, it's hazy out there. Not a whole lot of sunshine, but I do expect partly cloudy skies through the day. And right now, current temperatures are sitting in the mid to upper 70s right now. 77 in Belle Chase. Good morning to you. And dew points are relatively high. The dew points will remain high throughout the rest of the day, so when you factor in the humidity with the hot temperatures, it's going to feel like the triple digits. That's why a heat advisory will be in effect. Hot, humid, and I'm also expecting scattered showers and storms to start popping up across the area, and already starting to track some showers and storms right now over portions of Terrebonne Parish. Moving into Lafourche, it is heavy in a few spots. This is south of Thibodaux, but at least things are moving. As we head to Plaquemines, over portions of Triumph and Venice, starting to see some heavy rain in those areas, again, because we are looking at an onshore flow, and it's starting to trigger a few showers and thunderstorms, but as we get that daytime heating. Later on today, scattered showers and storms are possible for many of us across southeast Louisiana. I know we don't want to talk about it, but I do want to touch on what's going on in the tropics. We do have two named storms. We have a tropical depression, Kate, a fish storm, not a threat to any land, and Larry just formed out in the tropics earlier this morning. It is a tropical storm. Again, it is not a threat to us. It is expected to become a major hurricane as early as Monday. We'll be right back.
And you know, when the hurricane hit, Sheba, we were talking about for Lafourche Parish in that area, this was their Katrina. I mean, they took the brunt of this storm.
Yeah, you're looking at video in Golden Meadow. Again, this is in Lafourche Parish. The parish is assessing the damage, but as you can see here, catastrophic damage there.
Yeah, and people are being allowed to come back and take a look, but you've got to show proof that you live there or have a business there. There is a curfew from 7 p.m. till 6 a.m. in Lafourche Parish. Lafourche hit very hard, as was neighboring Terrebonne. And, you know, we've seen some of the shots from Grand Isle. I mean, it's just horrific down close to the coastline.
Heartbreaking. We're keeping track of parish-by-parish damage. You can find that on our website. We'll continue our coverage in just a few minutes.
And we're going to speak with Duke Carter again as Entergy works to restore power with some lights on already in New Orleans East. That's a big story this morning.
And we're also going to talk with Senator John Kennedy on the relief efforts that are so desperately needed here as this area begs for assistance. That's all coming up in our 6:30 half hour.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
3 days after Ida made landfall. 3 days after Ida made landfall, and parts of southeast Louisiana are still underwater. Take a look at this video from Laplace that tells the story of what's happening there. One of the parishes with some of the worst devastation. We're hearing of 8 to 14 feet of water in some homes. Good morning and welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News at 6:30. The sun is up after we spent another night in the dark with no power across most of the metro area.
Yeah, and those aerial pictures from Laplace are just heartbreaking.
Devastating.
We are seeing the tiniest glimmer of hope here in New Orleans. While we were all sleeping, some power was returned to a very small section of New Orleans East. Entergy New Orleans has confirmed service was restored to a few homes in the east. Duke Carter's been out there all morning. He was at a gas station where they do have power, so that's good. That was around the I-10 in Bullard. All 8 lines, those big, massive power lines that deliver power to New Orleans, lost service because of Ida. Entergy released a statement this morning saying, quote, while initial service can be provided to some customers, the full restoration will still take time given the significant damage across the region. Crews will have to methodically bring back additional transmission lines over time to provide other pathways for power to enter the region. We'll be taking you live to New Orleans East in just a few minutes for an update there. And Sheba, the mayor did say that we should be seeing some power coming to New Orleans by tonight.
That's right. We will be looking forward to that. This morning, an off-duty NOPD officer is recovering after being grazed by a bullet driving on the I-10 near St. Bernard. Thankfully, Police Chief Sean Ferguson says the officer was alert and speaking last night. Crime and safety, of course, a huge concern for the NOPD right now because the city, for the most part, is still in the dark. So the mayor did issue a curfew from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. As for that officer that was hit, Chief Ferguson says he was off duty and in an unmarked vehicle. So Ferguson could not say if the officer was targeted.
We do not have any perpetrator vehicle. We do not know why or motive behind this shooting. He was in an unmarked unit. When I say an unmarked unit, an unmarked car. We have different types of vehicles, not your typical police car that he was in, but it did not have any police markings on it. So we cannot say for certain that he was targeted because he was a police officer.
And in Jefferson Parish, the council there is holding an emergency meeting today. That'll be at 10 o'clock this morning. They'll be talking about the latest on the power and water problems in Jefferson. Officials say water service should be restored in the coming days. They've had big problems with their water, but the parish is still under a boil water advisory. They're asking people to limit their usage of water wherever possible. In the southern part of the parish, Grand Isle and Lafitte are still inundated with water. They were hit so hard. The parish president says every structure in Grand Isle sustained some type of damage in the storm. Many of those buildings were just wiped out.
Well, it's 6:34, and once again, we'll be dealing with the scorching heat across southeast Louisiana. A heat advisory will be in effect today starting at 10. Many areas will feel like 105 to 108 degrees, so please be very careful. And again, that heat advisory extends into southern Mississippi. Taking a live look outside, it looks hazy out there again. Ida left a lot of tropical moisture in the atmosphere, so once again, it'll be hot, humid. We are starting off in the upper 70s right now, but we will see a mix of sunshine and clouds through the day, and another round of showers and thunderstorms are expected as we head into the afternoon hours for many areas. As we take a look at the current temperatures, upper 70s in Slidell and Belle Chase. Good morning to you. Good morning to Kenner, 79 and 77 Reserve. The areas where you can't find the temperatures, again, our sensors are out because of Ida. Dew points are relatively high, no surprise, and the dew points will remain pretty high throughout the rest of the day. So we are looking at lower 90s, a mix of sunshine and clouds, and scattered showers across areas as we head into the afternoon hours. April?
Yeah, thanks very much, Michelle. 6:35 this morning, and we are accident and breakdown free. We don't have too many cars on the roads just yet, but many people, now that the sun is up, are starting to hit the roadways, and definitely by 7 o'clock, we may see some congestion. Many people are headed to the grocery store, getting gas, but I did want to keep you guys informed of what's open and what's closed. Every major interstate is open at this point. The interstate I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge is still reserved for emergency vehicles, so if you don't have to travel in that area, please don't.
All right, thank you, April. There is a silver lining in the middle of all this devastation. Power restorations are getting started. Overnight, Entergy restored some power to New Orleans East. Excuse me, I have to sneeze. This is a mess. Let me get over to Duke Carter. Duke.
It's all right, Sheba. We're going to power through it, take it one day at a time, give a minute to get yourself together. We're going to make it through, sister. I know it's a lot to take at this time. It's a lot for all of us. And what we're seeing here is that same frustration, that same anxiety, that same buildup. This is what a lot of folks are dealing with here, because while there is a sign of hope, specifically here in New Orleans East, that the lights are on, the problem is that a lot of folks think because the lights are on that there's power here in New Orleans East. And the problem is that there's not communication going on here. There's a gentleman inside the store who many people have spoken to. He's telling folks who go up to the window here that the power is not on at this time. And so I'm going to ask our photographer to pan the camera to the left. But because of that, because people think that there is there is power here in New Orleans East, the problem is that a lot of people think that there's gas, and there's not at this time. And so it's building up. Unfortunately, a lot of folks got questions if there's gas, and a lot of people are just waiting in line to get gas. And so we did catch up with one person who's just waiting in line to try to figure out whether or not they have gas. We spoke to one person who is literally driving from the West Bank and making his way to Slidell, making his way to out of town to try to get gas. That's how desperate people are at this time to try to make something out of this situation. And so we're just tracking and just seeing what people are saying, very choice, strong words that we can't say for television at this time. But we'll definitely share more people reaction coming up in about 30 minutes. Back to you in studio.
All right, thank you very much, Duke. Definitely glad to see this first glimmer of power. We are also focusing on CLECO power outages on the North Shore. In its latest utility update, they reported more than 96,000 customer outages impacting St. Tammany and Washington parishes. Right now, CLECO says it is working to restore power to critical infrastructure such as hospitals and water and sewage systems. We also have an update from the Washington St. Tammany Electric Cooperative this morning. Nearly 40,000 of their customers still without power in St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington parishes.
Some word from Louis Armstrong International Airport overnight. They're saying a very limited amount of flights will be resuming today. According to the airport, a few American Airlines flights will fly in as scheduled. Delta will resume limited operations tomorrow. JetBlue and Spirit Airlines resume operations on Saturday. They're running on generator power out there, and apparently no water, so it's been rough there too. More resources are becoming available for people in need. Winn-Dixie opened a number of stores across the metro area. They're opening them this morning. That's where we find one of our Tegna family members, Evan Narani. Evan, are people there yet? Is the store even open yet? I know that store very well.
So that was the confusion earlier today. The press release and their normal hours do say that they open at 6 a.m. However, the sign in front of the door says they will open today at 8 a.m. So we've actually seen a lot of people coming through. I gotta say, there's a smile on a lot of people's faces as they drive through. Just being able to see that sign that says they will open at 8 a.m. There's a lot of relief in the air, and people who have come through have said, you know, they've waited in these several hour lines at times. We were in La Place yesterday where we waited along with people for several hours just to fill up on about $20 worth of gas and just to get those basic necessities as far as the groceries go. So it will be a welcome sight when these doors open. Now, again, the confusion was that on their website, they did say they would open at 6 a.m. However, the sign in front of the door says they will be open at 8 a.m. and then close at 5 p.m. Now, keep in mind, they won't be giving cash back. That's one of the important things to mention. If you're looking for that, they won't have it. However, you'll be able to stock up on your necessities. Some of the people that we spoke with said they hadn't eaten in several days since Ida hit. So again, this will be a very welcome site. 20 different locations opening. You can head to the Winn-Dixie website for more information on the specific locations and check on those times again, just to make sure that you won't be heading out there a little too early. I'll send things back to you.
All right, thank you, Evan. And we are hearing of so many people searching for food, gas, and supplies this morning. So Leslie has a look at some other places where people can buy what they need and even get some items for free. Leslie?
That's right. We just saw Evan at Winn-Dixie. There's other stores getting back to normal hours, well, opening. Nola Reddy tweeted Costco on Dublin Street is open. That's huge. So is Ideal Markets in Metairie and on Broad in New Orleans. These restaurants are open. Jay's Creole Wings on South Claiborne, Johnny's Jamaican Grill on Religious, Nola Vore on Barone, and Suko Thai on Royal. Whole Foods also giving away free water and ice at its stores on Veterans, Broad, and Magazine. Those giveaways start at 1 p.m. We do have a list of several other businesses that are open on our website. It includes grocery stores, gas stations, restaurants, even community charging stations for your cell phones. To get that list, just text the word OPEN to 504-529-4444. Again, 529-4444. We'll send that list right to your phone and let us know if you see of something open so we can add it to our list. Michelle?
Alrighty, well, today will be a hot and humid day across southeast Louisiana, and it looks like a heat advisory will be in effect once again. A quick update on Tropical Depression Ida. It is going to bring some big-time problems to portions of the Northeast today. Heavy rain and severe weather is expected for portions of northern Virginia, extending into New York and Pennsylvania. It is moving pretty fast, though, to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. But our story today, again, the dangerous heat. A heat advisory in effect starting at 10. Many areas will feel like 105 to 108 degrees, and that heat advisory extending into southern Mississippi. So a lot of us, we're still without power. We're in the cleanup process. Please be very careful while you're outside today. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water and take frequent breaks. Again, heat illnesses can creep up on you very quickly. As we take a live look outside, you could just see the humidity, the tropical moisture Ida left behind here. Again, it's going to be a pretty humid day, 79 degrees. Again, when you factor in the humidity, it's going to feel very hot on the skin. So as we take a look at the current temperatures, 77 Slidell, good morning, 78 in Belle Chase, and 79 in Kenner. Dew points are relatively high, and they will remain high throughout the rest of the afternoon. So as we take a look at your planning forecast, we'll be in the mid-80s by 10. 20% chance for a few pop-up showers. We'll be in the upper 80s by noon and lower 90s by this afternoon. We'll see a mix of sunshine and clouds, but again, scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms are possible today. As we take a look at the current radar, I am tracking a few spotty showers, some isolated thunderstorms in portions of Terrebonne Parish. It is heavy along Highway 90. As we head to Plaquemines Parish, Venice seeing heavy rain at the moment, but things are moving. We'll take a look at the tropics coming up in a bit because it is pretty active, but as of right now, there are no current threats to our area.
Thanks so much, Michelle. 6:42 this morning, and as we approach the 7 a.m. hour, many people will hit the roadways to get gas, different supplies, definitely groceries, so you may see some congestion, but please keep in mind that we do still have debris actively on the roads, guys, and down power lines, so make sure that you're traveling safely, a little bit slower than usual. Treat all areas as a four-way stop if you are traveling near traffic lights and intersections, because, of course, none of the lights are working, mainly in the metro area for certain, but if you're approaching a stoplight or a traffic light at all, be mindful of that. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge still reserved for emergency vehicles. You are able to travel there, but they are asking that you refrain to do so.
It's 6:46 as we continue to assess the damage by Hurricane Ida. It seems like the more we see, the worse it looks, and we are hearing from folks in Washington, including Senator John Kennedy. Senator Kennedy, thank you for joining us this morning. First of all, I talked with a gentleman from FEMA the other day, and I was asking him, because the question I'm getting from so many people is, why are we not seeing giant trucks with gasoline, generators, and food and stuff coming in to help out?
Eric, I don't know. It's a very fair question. I saw the FEMA people yesterday. I was out at GOSEP, the state headquarters, for a few minutes, and the FEMA director and the assistant directors and the assistant directors and the governor were going to survey the damage, but I honestly don't know.
Well, and it's a Herculean effort because, you know, there's so much damage, so widespread. When I came in on my way to work this morning on Claiborne Avenue, there was a mile-long line to get gas. And I asked the guy from FEMA, I said, why can't you guys bring generators down, gas trucks, you know, get gas stations open so people are not spending 4, 5, 6, 7 hours in a line waiting to gas up their car?
Well, they were supposed to have gas trucks, gas tankers, if you will, stationed in areas close to the state and the city, so they could come right in. Now, they tell me they're having trouble. They have to have electricity to run the gas tanks, but a lot of those trucks just pump gas directly. It's all built in. I don't know the answer to your question. I'm not going to pretend I do. I will say that FEMA is better than the first time I saw it back in Katrina. You and I both saw it. You wouldn't have hired them then to manage your lunch order. So they've improved, but I don't know. I think I want to think the best that they're getting things lined up. You're right about the damage. I saw it from the air yesterday. It's you know, Grand Isle, Pruchon, LaRose, a lot of small communities down there still underwater. And look, I mean, we didn't get off scot-free in New Orleans.
No.
I mean, I know the national media is reporting that the levees held, and thank God they did. But I got some texts yesterday from some of my colleagues across the country, and they're saying you dodged a bullet. And I said, what are you talking about, man? He said, well, the levees held. I said, well, yeah, it's great, but that doesn't mean we dodged a bullet.
Well, and you look at the power system, and I was talking to Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser yesterday, and he was saying that, you know, there's got to be ways that the federal government can help Entergy with this if they can get past the Stafford Act and you know, pump money into this. It just seems like there should be tons of people down here, and I know there's a lot, but getting this power back on, because it is vital to getting things back to some semblance of normalcy.
Well, and you're right, but I do think, I live in Madisonville. I made it out of my subdivision over to Baton Rouge Monday, I guess it was Monday morning, and I visited with the governor, and he said, look, Kennedy, we're in search and rescue right now, and based on what I saw from the air yesterday, whatever day it was, I can see why. We got entire communities, these little communities down there underwater, still underwater.
Yeah.
And if there are people there, we got to get them out. And die from heat exhaustion, if nothing else.
Clearly, that's priority number one. But we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So you can get the National Guard down there, whoever you need to get people out. But then FEMA can also, you know, bring resources. You know, if we can rebuild Afghanistan and Iraq, we sure as heck can rebuild a substation, a power station, or get generators down here for gas stations and grocery stores.
Well, they've got the money. I checked, I guess it was Monday morning. They've got about $40 billion in their account that we have appropriated to them. So they've got the money, and you know, we'll see how they execute.
Well, has the Louisiana delegation, begun screaming bloody murder to get things done? I mean, you guys have power.
Well, yes, and yes to both of those. I spoke to the White House called me the day before the storm, and I participated in a conference call with President Biden and Governor Edwards and some other officials the other day. And President Biden said, look, we're going to provide you with whatever you need. And he has put Cedric, former Congressman Cedric Richmond in charge. So Cedric is our point person. I've been trying for 8 months.
John, I hate to cut you off, but I'm going to hard out. But will you keep us posted, please?
Sure, my friend.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Oh, guys, there's a rumor on social media that you may have seen that FEMA is paying for hotel rooms for people who evacuated. It's not exactly true, though. The agency posted this on Facebook saying you have to apply for disaster assistance to be eligible for this kind of help. And then if you're approved, they'll let you know exactly what type of assistance you and your family can get. Now, remember, there's a lot of misinformation floating around about Hurricane Ida recovery. Only listen to sources you trust, not random social media posts.
Yeah, and that's the trouble. So much misinformation goes around. We saw that with the vaccine, with the coronavirus, so much misinformation, and that's what's caused so much trouble. And we were just talking with Senator John Kennedy. We're going to try and get him back, and maybe some other members of our Louisiana delegation, you know, because things have just got to be done here to get things rolling again. It's got to be done.
Yeah, it's great you're talking to them. As you said earlier, they have power, so hopefully
They
they
have
can do
power.
something to help the people in this area.
All right, if you're watching us on Channel 4 and want to keep up with the Eyewitness Morning News, you need to switch over to WUPL. That's Channel 54 on regular, direct, and Dish TV. It's Channel 2 on Cox, 16 on Spectrum and Charter. Here's what we're following when you switch over to WUPL. The first light shine early this morning, power-wise, in New Orleans East following Hurricane Ida's path of destruction. Duke Carter will have details on the timeline out there, and we'll also talk about when we may see other parts of the city and the metro area start lighting up again. That's coming up after the break on WUPL.
Welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News. Thanks for making the switch to WUPL. If you're watching us on TV, it's Wednesday, September 1st, and I'm Sheba Turk.
I'm Leslie Spoon.
And I'm Eric Paulson. Thank you for joining us. We have so much to cover on this Wednesday morning. We're only, like a couple of days, 3 days out of the storm? Seems like we've been in this for a month.
Yep.
All right, are you trying to lean over to get the shot?
I was just trying to lean in. You know what? It's
She was
not my
gonna
day.
join us.
I'm sneezing on air. I can't get in my box. It's fine. It's fine.
While we figure all that out.
You
Go
didn't
ahead.
quite sneeze. You held it in, which
You
was
did.
That's right. You're right. I made it.
All right, let's get over to Michelle and check out our forecast.
Well, a quick update on Ida. It is way away from us, but it is going to impact the northeast later on today, already bringing heavy tropical rain to portions of northern Virginia and Pennsylvania and also New York. So they're dealing with tropical depression Ida. We have winds of 30 miles per hour, and it's moving pretty fast to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. Our weather today, it is going to be hot and humid, a heat advisory in effect for the entire area extending into southern Mississippi. That starts at 10, so many areas will feel like 105 to 108 degrees, so please be very careful while you're outside today. 79 right now, but you could just see the humidity, the tropical moisture Ida left behind here, so it's going to be pretty humid throughout the rest of the day, tomorrow and Friday, but drier air will make a return as we head into the weekend. We'll talk about that in a bit, but as we take a look at the temperatures here, areas where you do not see the temperatures, again, our sensors are out because of Ida, but we're in the upper 70s in Slidell, Belle Chase, and Kenner. And again, the dew points are relatively high. Scattered showers in the forecast. I'll time it all out coming up soon.
Thanks so much, Michelle. 6:59, almost 7 a.m. Traveling on the roadways may be a bit of an issue for you in certain areas. And of course, if you don't need to be on the roadways, guys, please refrain from traveling. We have lots of debris still and down power lines. And of course, it just isn't safe. Traffic lights aren't working as well. So if you do approach an area that has traffic lights, please remember to always treat that area as a four-way stop. I want to give you guys an update of what's open, what's closed. All the major interstates are open now, so that is great news. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, so that's westbound headed towards the Laplace area, is not closed, excuse me, is reserved for emergency vehicles only. You are able to travel in this direction, but officials are asking that you refrain from doing so we can keep that area open for emergency vehicles as much as possible. Exit ramps do remain closed as well along Highway 51 in Laplace due to flooding. The off ramps are also closed along I-10 east and westbound as well as southbound along I-55 in Laplace.
Right, thank you, April. Well, one portion of New Orleans has electricity this morning. Entergy crews are working to restore power, of course, to people all across the metro area and the state. And originally, staff said it would take 4 days to assess the damage. So we were actually very surprised this morning to learn that a portion of New Orleans East had power. But I think everyone's excited, even if you're not the one with power, Duke, because it means that they're making some progress.
Yeah, they are making some progress here at least some parts in New Orleans East. And so while this part of New Orleans East has some power, the unintentional consequence is that, well, some people think that because this gas station has power, that they have gas. And so a lot of folks have been coming through here, some folks as far as West Bank, Harvey, Marrero, trying to get gas. And the gentleman in the store is telling people who do go up to find out if there's gas, that there is no gas. But you can pretty much see, again, the unintentional consequence. I don't know if you can zoom in, but you can see the line to get gas extends beyond the interstate on the other side of Bullard near Walmart. For those folks who live in this area who know what I'm talking about, there are 2 Shell gas stations here off of Bullard. You have one closer to the lakeside and one closer to the Chef Ventura side, and you can see there's already a caravan of cars, people thinking that there's gas because the power is here here in New Orleans East. And so we did get a statement from Entergy telling us that they said that this is a sign of hope with the power being on, and that that energy crews plan on turning power for customers in eastern New Orleans. And so they're saying that this is the first step to bringing back power to the metro area after Hurricane Ida pretty much destroyed certain parts of the region. And so part of that quote continues where it says crews will have to methodically bring back additional transmission lines over time to provide other pathways for power to enter the region, helping to maintain stability of the system throughout the complete restoration process. They expect to bring about 20,000 workers to get those lines for the rest of New Orleans online. Meanwhile, we did catch up with some people here at the gas station who thought that there was gas. Take a listen to what they had to say.
I live right out here in the east, and they told me that gas buddies say this one and a few other ones up and down in Michigan. Instead of waiting till they open up later and then everybody be 200 in line, like, or either go out and slide out. Either other and either way, so I'm just trying my best to stick here.
Gotcha.
So since they have power, why are we not allowing folks to get gas? We just left a gas station where they were pumping gas, and the moment we pulled up to they cut it off. The owner or whoever was running the station, she actually cut the pumps off, closed the door, and left while we was trying to pump gas. Of course, she claimed there is no.
So a lot of frustration, a lot of tension built up because a lot of folks are just driving around the city trying to find gas. And again, this is according to a staffer here at the Brothers Mart here off of Bullard I-10 Service Road, that they're saying that there is no gas at this time. Again, because of the fact that there's power, though, that's causing a little bit of confusion with the fact that people are lining up pretty much beyond Bullard on the other side of I-10 to get gas. So hopefully the situation can remedy itself. Hopefully things will develop where people can at least figure out to get the gas situation handled. So we'll stay on top of this, and if anything does develop, we'll let you know. But for now, though, this is pretty much what we're seeing here after Ida pretty much hit southeast Louisiana.
Yeah, and probably a couple people looking at our screen this morning trying to rush over there to get gas. To stress, guys, they do not have gas. People are over there because they had power, and so for right now they're just sitting in line being hopeful. Okay, thank you, Duke. On the North Shore, power is slowly coming back. CLECO says they have restored power to Slidell Memorial Hospital. Parts of Mandeville are also seeing their lights on. Meanwhile, power is expected to be restored to Lakeview Hospital and St. Tammany Hospital today. Over 90,000 CLECO customers are still without power this morning, which is roughly 93% of their customers. Later in this half hour, we'll actually be joined by a CLECO representative for an update.
In this morning's Crime Watch, an NOPD officer who was off duty is expected to be okay after he was grazed by a bullet while in an unmarked car. Asha Staples is joining us with more on this, and this is very disturbing.
It really is, and we know that the city is pretty much in the dark at nighttime because there's just no power. So just imagine being on the interstate, driving, minding your own business, and then you hear a gunshot go off. That's exactly what happened with this officer. Again, there's little information, but what we do know is that officer is in stable condition and responsive. So that's the great news here. Again, we are hoping to learn more from the police chief later on this morning about this incident. But what he does tell us is that this happened around 8:30 last night on I-10 westbound near the St. Bernard exit. He says that the officer did not shoot back when he heard that shot fired, and he was able to drive himself to a hospital. Now, last night, the police chief did address the media about the crime, and he said there's no reason to believe at this point that this is an isolated incident and that there's no reason to believe the officer was targeted because, as Eric mentioned, he was in an unmarked car. As you know, the city is in total darkness following Hurricane Ida, so this incident comes just less than an hour after the city of New Orleans curfew. The curfew does begin at 8 p.m. and is in effect to curb crime and keep people safe. Chief Ferguson says his officers, along with the state police and the National Guard, are the only ones who should be out during the curfew, and he says that there will be consequences if you do not comply.
I will not give you any numbers on the number of arrests on looting, because every time we do that, this narrative develops as though there's this out of control city. We have made arrests. We will continue to make arrests. We will remain engaged.
And Chief Ferguson has not yet released the name of this officer. On last night, he said that he wanted his family to be notified first. But again, he is in stable condition and responsive. As far as the person that was responsible for firing that shot, they don't have a suspect right now or a vehicle description at this point. They did shut the interstate down to investigate. Again, we're hoping to learn more later this morning about this incident. As far as the curfew goes, there's no date as to when that will be lifted just yet. So, of course, we'll let you know when that happens as well. Live in New Orleans, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, Asha, thank you very much. Plaquemines Parish is now under a complete lockdown order that went into effect at 6 o'clock this morning. The Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office will be conducting roadblocks at every point of entry to the parish on the east and the west banks. Only Plaquemines Parish residents and people involved in recovery efforts will be able to get in to Plaquemines. There'll be a press conference at 2 o'clock this afternoon to elaborate on the current state of the parish in Plaquemines Parish, and we, of course, will be there with more on that. The governor will be visiting parishes today here in southeast Louisiana, Jefferson and here in New Orleans, which both took on damage from Hurricane Ida, and both are, for the majority, without any power. He'll be holding a press conference at the Jefferson Parish Emergency Operations Center. That'll be at 2:30 this afternoon.
Thanks, Eric. Today, the West Closure Complex, or the floodgate that protects West Jefferson, Algiers, and Belle-Chasse and Plaquemines, will reopen. The $1.1 billion facility, built after Katrina, was not operated since 2019 during Hurricane Barry, but during Ida, that West Closure Complex pumped over 1 billion cubic feet of water. That's roughly 7 billion gallons of water, which is enough to fill the Superdome 8 times. The city of Thibodaux and all Lafourche Parish residents are allowed to come back. Checkpoints are set up. You do have to show proof that you live there, though, and that can include your driver's license. A nightly curfew is in place from 7 until 6 a.m. City officials in Thibodaux want you to know that while the city has water, there's no clean water access from Raceland to South Lafourche. There's also no power, and there's no timeline on when it will be restored. Nearly all communication is down, including cell service. Your home may also be severely impacted and uninhabitable. Most of the parish does not have access to food. So if you return home, you're asked to bring all the supplies you need to self-sustain while you're there. And stress again, there's no cell service. So be careful if you are trying to return home to Lafourche and Thibodaux. Michelle?
Alrighty, well, it's all about the heat today. Once again, we'll be dealing with scorching temperatures across southeast Louisiana. A heat advisory will be in effect starting at 10 for the entire area and also southern Mississippi. So it's going to feel like 105 to 108 degrees. So make sure you're being very careful while you're out and about today. Again, a lot of us were under that cleanup process. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water and taking frequent breaks. You can clearly see the tropical moisture over the area this morning, and we'll be dealing with high humidity levels throughout the rest of the day. It's 79 degrees right now. We'll see a mix of sunshine and clouds through the afternoon, but scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms are in the forecast today. So as we take a look at the current temperatures, upper 70s in Belle-Chasse, good morning, 78 in Slidell, 79 in Kenner, and 77 degrees in Reserve. Other areas where we're not finding the temperature readings is because the sensors are out because of Ida. So again, today temperatures are going to climb into the lower 90s, and we are looking at showers and thunderstorms throughout the day as the chances increase there. But it's going to be hot and humid. It's going to feel like the triple digits for many of us. I am tracking a few isolated showers and thunderstorms again over the river parishes. The North Shore looking dry, as well as New Orleans, and I was tracking some showers over Plaquemines, but again, it looks like those showers have dissipated this morning, so that is great news. We will be dry throughout most of the day, but as we get that daytime heating, you can see those showers south and southeast of Venice. I do expect those showers to move out of the area shortly, but again, as we get that daytime heating later on today, we'll really start seeing those showers and thunderstorms start to fire up. So as we take a look at the high-res model here, A few showers starting off along our coastal areas. As we head into the afternoon hours, things really starting to bubble up across the area, and quick heavy downpours are possible as well. Notice the timestamp around 2 o'clock today. As we head into the 3-4 o'clock hour, I do expect showers and thunderstorms start to develop over the North Shore areas, but tonight looking fairly quiet. I do expect mostly cloudy conditions. Thursday is going to be hot too. A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow afternoon, and showers and thunderstorms are expected to pop up across the area, especially along our coastal areas tomorrow morning. And then as we head into the afternoon hours, scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms, a few downpours are possible. And we could see a few of those showers lasting into Thursday night. So again, keep that in mind. A quick update on Ida. It is moving to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. We're looking at heavy rain over portions of the northeast throughout the rest of the day, and we have winds at 30 miles per hour. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. A heat advisory in effect today, tomorrow, 92 degrees today. Scattered showers are possible. Drier air moves in as we head into the weekend.
Thanks so much for that update, Michelle. Things are fairly quiet, I should say, on the roadways if you're going to be traveling region and metro-wide in regards to accidents and breakdowns, but certainly not road closures. And we do still have active debris region and metro-wide on the roadways. So if you don't have to travel, guys, please don't stay at home. It's a whole lot safer. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge still reserved for emergency vehicles only. Again, let me stress this because a lot of y'all reached out to me on social media yesterday. You are able to travel here. No one's going to stop you. But what officials are asking is that you keep this area clear as much as possible. We don't want any accidents or breakdowns or any type of congestion because emergency officials are traveling back and forth constantly, especially towards the Laplace area. So if you are able to refrain from using this area, you can. Exit ramp is still closed along Highway 51 in Laplace, of course, due to flooding.
And April, where we see those red markers, let's let people know exactly what that means.
Yeah, so this just means that we have some sort of it's an indicator. So we have some sort of representation of what's going on the roadways. This doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. This is just alerting you that whatever I'm talking about is going to be in this particular area. So again, along Highway 51, that's the reason why this indicator is here, to let you know that the exit ramps are closed. And again, pointing towards I-10 to let you know that westbound, of course, from New Orleans to the Baton Rouge area is reserved for emergency vehicles only.
Yeah, and I've been getting a lot of social media comments with people asking about other issues. So just two quick ones from our post yesterday. Anything on 90 or Highway 23?
Yeah, so Highway 23 was actually closed yesterday to flooding, and that has opened, so that is great news. And then along 90, along Luling, there is still an area that's a little bit flooded, and but for the most part, that area is open, which is great. I do want to point out to you guys, I'm going to mention this just because I think this is important. The off-ramps east and westbound are closed along I-10 and southbound along I-55 in Laplace only, okay? A lot of people have been getting confused about this. No other area, just in Laplace, and you can see that that's this tiny area, basically along the I-55 merge and I-10.
All right, April, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
The majority of CLECO customers on the North Shore still without power this morning. Just over 90,000 customers remain in the dark in St. Tammany and nearly 800 in Washington Parish. For more information, CLECO Representative Jennifer Cahill is joining us. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Hurricane Ida caused catastrophic damage to Entergy with those 8 transmission lines down. Have you had damage to that extent within CLECO's infrastructure?
So right now, what we're doing is getting our critical infrastructure on, and that includes Lakeview Hospital, which should be on today. We restored power to Slidell Memorial Hospital yesterday, and as I mentioned, St. Tammany Hospital and Lakeview Hospital will be on today. We also, last night around 8:45, our crews restored power to the Slidell City Sewer Pumping Station off of Terrace Avenue. We also got the Covington City Hall, Covington PD, St. Tammany Justice Center. We were getting all of those on, yesterday and first thing this morning. And in tandem with that, we're also doing damage assessments. So that means our crews are getting out in the field and taking a look at the damage that we have out there. From a transmission perspective, we're really only seeing, minimal structural damage on the transmission side, and then trees on lines. But from a distribution side, that's where we're seeing the most of our damage, and that's where our assessor crews are out there right now. As of yesterday morning, we had over 250 trees on lines, 200 arms broken, over 60 poles broken, 300 spans of conductor. And when I say a span, I'm talking about that wire that goes in between, each pole. So we had a lot of that down. And our damage assessments really won't wrap up until Thursday. But the good news there is that we initially estimated that our damage assessment efforts would be complete in the next 3 to 4 days. But we've been bringing in extra resources. So, as Ida restorations wrap up in other parts of the state, we've been able to redirect those resources to St. Tammany and Washington parishes. So now we're able to say that we're most likely going to be able to finish that distribution damage assessment by Thursday. And what that's going to allow us to do is offer our customers information on the extent of these system repairs and provide a restoration time frame. Now, we do know that it's going to be a multi-week event for some customers, but again, we'll have a lot more information come Thursday. And I'd also like to mention that while the major assessment will be done on Thursday, our crews are going to continue to find damage in the field as restoration progresses. And, I don't know if I just said this, but restoration and damage assessment happen in tandem. So with the large number of crews that are out there in the field, a lot of times these repairs are going to be made before an assessor can arrive. So we've got crews out there. In addition to all CLECO resources, we have over 2,000 contractors who are on site, ready to respond, help with debris cleanup, help with restoration efforts.
Jennifer, as you're still assessing the damage, though, there is constantly being power restored. Some people can expect to get power back today. Some it may take days, weeks.
Exactly. Days, weeks, it just depends on the extent of the damage, and that's what we're uncovering right now. That's what our teams are doing. But, a lot of challenges that we're finding right now, again, are the broken poles, a lot of impassable roads due to downed trees and debris. But we do have specialized equipment. We're seeing a lot of that widespread flooding across the area, so we have on hand or have secured specialized equipment like helicopters, airboats, and marsh buggies, so that we're able to access those areas that we can't necessarily access with regular bucket trucks and pickup trucks.
All right, thank you so very much for this information. We appreciate you.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. And in the aftermath of Ida, people lined up for hours outside of a food distribution center in Algiers, of course, hoping to find some relief.
Yeah, the need is so great. That's where we met a woman who had her first meal in days. Adriana de Alba, who is with our sister station WFAA, tells her story.
The line of people seeking help stretched on and on, curving around the Arthur Monday Center several hours before the relief began.
I was here about an hour before they were supposed to start.
People waited in cars, some came on foot, waiting in the heat for food and water. We met Miss Diana Estes. She couldn't wait to eat. It's been days.
I'm hurt, miss. I don't have nothing, nobody to help me. All my relatives stayed and gone. I don't have hardly nobody in New Orleans to help me. Nobody, I'm knocking from door to door begging for food in the place to lay my head. If anybody can help me.
Hurricane Ida forced the roof over her head to cave in. She's been sleeping on the ground in a shed ever since.
We be burning up. We wake up in sweat. We go to bed in sweat. We don't have nothing. We homeless. We very homeless. We don't have nothing. We need help in New Orleans.
With so many grocery stores either closed or empty, food is scarce. Councilmember Kristen Palmer organized this event in just 12 hours, partnering with area food banks to distribute 2,000 meals and set up a phone charging site.
We've never had lines like this, even at the very beginning of the pandemic, when people were really uncertain, So it's really incredible. You can really see the need.
She feared they'd run out of food early. People showed up nonstop for 4 hours. Wanda Jacks couldn't afford to evacuate.
The hardest part is I'm seeing my kids go through it. And when they fall asleep, I be crying like, Lord, please help us out of this situation. When is this gonna be over with, Lord? You hear so many stories, but how long we gonna be out of lights and stuff? And it's horrible.
Amid the suffering, there are givers trying to make things better. Even if it's just for a day, a hot meal is a temporary reprieve from the uncertainty that lies ahead. In New Orleans, Adriana D'Alba, Eyewitness News.
Time now, it is 7:20, and many of us were still without power, and today a heat advisory in effect. Please be very careful today. Heat indices will get up to 105 to 108 degrees, again, for the highlighted parishes extending into southern Mississippi. So again, heat illnesses can definitely creep up on you today. Please stay hydrated and take frequent breaks, again, if you're under the cleanup process. Taking a live look outside, we are dealing with not too bad temperatures, but the humidity is rather high. Ida left a lot of tropical moisture in our atmosphere, so we'll be dealing with the high humidity levels. That's why it's going to feel like the triple digits. As we take a look at our temperatures, upper 70s for many areas. The areas where you're not finding the temperatures is because Ida took out those sensors. So we'll see a lower 90s this afternoon, a mix of sunshine and clouds, and I am looking for a 50% coverage of scattered showers and thunderstorms throughout the day.
All right, thank you very much. At 3 Whole Food stores today, they're going to be giving out free ice and water starting at 1 o'clock this afternoon. That'll be at the store, the Whole Food store on Betts in Metairie, North Broad Street. There's a store there, and the Magazine Street location, both of those in New Orleans. Supplies are limited and quantities are limited per person. Now, coming up at our 7:30 half hour, several Winn-Dixie stores are scheduled to return to regular hours today, or at least close to normal hours, following the aftermath of the hurricane. Evan Nurani will be there with a live report coming up.
I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you to our WUPL viewers for sticking with us. For our Channel 4 viewers just joining us, here is the latest Eye on Your Morning. Lafourche Parish residents are now allowed to return home, but there will be checkpoints set up, and you have to prove that you live there. A few things to know, though, if you plan on going back to Lafourche Parish. There's a curfew in place from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. Power will not be back on for a while, and cell service is down. Also, most of the parish does not have food, and almost all of the stores are closed. Many homes were severely damaged, so yours could be uninhabitable. The governor will be speaking again at 2:30 this afternoon. Ahead of that, he will tour damaged areas in Orleans and Jefferson parishes. Yesterday, he flew over Grand Isle and Lafitte and toured Lafourche, Terrebonne, and St. John parishes. Michelle.
Alrighty, well, it's going to be hot and humid today. Heat advisory will be in effect. Starting at 10, many areas will feel like 105 to 108 degrees. Please be very careful today. Many of us are still without power. Make sure you're taking frequent breaks and drinking plenty of water. It's 79 degrees outside, and we're looking at plenty of sunshine mixed in with some clouds, a few spotty showers across the area. But later on today, we get that daytime heating. Scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. Quick heavy downpours are possible in a few spots, so watch out for that. It is warm outside, and it's going to get hotter as we go throughout the day.
.727 this morning, and we have some issues on the twin spans, on the spillway. It's been a long morning, y'all. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here eastbound. Nothing is coming into our system just yet, but I'm going to investigate that and keep you posted. But we do have heavy congestion on those eastbound lanes, basically from the I-55 split until you make your way towards Kenner this morning, coming in from La Paz.
All right, thank you very much, April. If you're sticking with us on WUPL, then here's what's coming up. If you're not tuned in, here's what you'll miss. An off-duty New Orleans police officer was shot. We'll tell you the latest on that situation up next. Well, guys, welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News on WUPL on this Wednesday, September 1st. I'm Sheba Turk.
And I'm Eric Paulson. Thank you for joining us. Before we get to anything else, let's get right to the weather. A lot of folks are out trying to clean up and trying to live through this heat if you don't have air conditioning, which most people do not. And it's going to be a rough one today, Michelle.
Yeah, today it's going to be tough. Heat advisory will be in effect in a few hours. Many areas will feel like 105 to 108 degrees. Please be very careful today as we're going to be under the cleanup process through the afternoon and for the upcoming days. You want to make sure you're drinking plenty of water and try to stay cool if you can. Many areas will be under that heat advisory extending into southern Mississippi through the afternoon. Right now it is warm and muggy, 79 degrees, and we will have high humidity levels throughout the rest of the afternoon here. here. As we take a look at our current temperatures, upper 70s for many areas, and today we'll see a high of 92. A few showers and storms are possible through the afternoon. We'll get that daytime heating and a few of those storms producing heavy rain, so watch out for those. Taking a look at the current radar, we are dry on the North Shore, but I am picking up on some showers along our river parishes and also in portions of Plaquemines Parish this morning. And that will be the setup throughout the rest of the day, where we'll see those isolated showers at first and then becoming scattered through the afternoon. Now tomorrow, a heat advisory will be in effect as well, and drier air sets in for the weekend. We'll talk about that coming up soon.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle, for that update. Definitely important. 7:31 this morning, guys. The roads are also important. I want to give you an update of what's happening on the roadways. We do have some type of accident or stall along I-10 eastbound headed towards the city of New Orleans, basically right along I-10 where the I-55 merge is. So I'm investigating that, trying to figure out what's going on for you. But if you're going to be traveling towards the city of New Orleans along I-10 eastbound, again, only, please be mindful of that. This is basically from the Laplace area, or if you're coming from I-55. The off ramps are closed still along I-10 east and westbound, as well as southbound along I-55 in Laplace, and that is due to flooding. If you look really closely, you are able to see those small black lines indicating those exit closures.
All right, April, thank you very much. This is disturbing. A New Orleans police officer is recovering after he was shot while he was driving a car off duty. The cop was driving on the I-10 near the St. Bernard exit when he got his window shattered. Then he realized he had been shot. He was grazed in the head. He drove himself to the hospital and is being treated for what they're calling a deep graze wound to the head.
We do not know why or motive behind this shooting. He was in an unmarked unit, did not have any police markings on it. So we cannot say for certain that he was targeted because he was a police officer. All we do know now is that he sustained a gunshot wound to the head, a deep graze wound to the head. He is in stable condition. He is responsive.
Chief Sean Ferguson says the incident is being investigated by the Force Investigative Team, which handles any shooting involving a police officer.
Stores are slowly starting to reopen after Ida shut down most of the metro area, but whether you're looking for food or gas, the choices are limited. Evan Durrani from one of our sister stations is live outside the Winn-Dixie on Tchoupitoulas, which is reopening today. Evan?
That's right. Yeah, I mean, in just a matter of minutes, really, about 25 minutes or so, we're going to see this Winn-Dixie reopen their doors. They open at 8 a.m. There was a little bit of confusion earlier on at what time exactly, but as you can see, people did get the message properly, and that's because there is a pretty decent line here building behind us at Winn-Dixie. You got about 30, maybe 40 people that are lined up to be able to be the first to get in the doors. The owner that we talked to earlier said that they are ready to reopen. They're excited to reopen. They wanted to be here to serve the community, but they also did want to note a couple things along the way. For example, no propane. They don't have any propane with them. There is no cash back currently, but they do have ice. They have the necessities that people might need, the non-perishables, for example, and they're ready to serve their community. Take a listen.
We're always here for the community. One of the things SEG and Winn-Dixie loves to do is be here to support the community, and we're glad to be back early to get our customers taken care of.
I had an opportunity to leave, but I told my mom I would stay because I knew we would open back up soon. So I chose to stay to at least help and make sure that everybody got what they needed as much as possible.
And that was one of the messages that we heard loud and clear yesterday and today. We were in Laplace yesterday at a gas station that people waited more than 5 hours to get gas, for example, at. And the people who are reopening these businesses and these stores say the reason they're doing it is because they're a community. They're here to help the community. They knew before this storm hit that that was going to be their plan. A lot of the people that we've talked to across the greater New Orleans region say that they're frustrated that they haven't seen the type of government assistance that they would want. However, here at Winn-Dixie, again, people are going to be relying on businesses like these grocery stores to be able to reopen, to get food back on their tables, and that is exactly what is happening here today. You can see that line continuing to grow behind us. We will be here as they open up their doors in just about 20 minutes or so, and we'll keep you guys up to date with the latest. But for now, I'll send things to you.
And Evan, that's the kind of thing I'm hearing from a lot of people too. It's great that the Winn-Dixie is opening up, but they're going, where's the federal government with the food, the gas trucks, the generators, all kinds of things? Where are they?
Well, that was exactly what they were asking in Laplace yesterday. It was pretty incredible. We were really blocks away from where the governor was holding that press conference at St. John Parish Sheriff's Office, and he was holding that press conference, and blocks away, really within walking distance, there was a line of 5+ hours for people to get those basic groceries and necessities and $20 worth of gas, and that's what they were asking. When we returned, we started to see those FEMA trucks arrive. So one of the releases that we've got out, the media alerts, is that they are starting to kind of resume those operations with FEMA coming through and being able to give out some food and water in some cases. It seems like what people are saying here to us today and yesterday is that they don't understand why this couldn't have been prepared prior to the hurricane. They wish that as soon as this hurricane had hit, those FEMA trucks were already here, for example. Instead, now we're about 3 days out and they're just starting to roll out that process. And instead, many of these residents saying they're instead going to rely on those businesses that are willing to help.
Yeah, and that's why people are getting angry, because it's not like this came as a surprise. We knew the storm was coming. They could have had that stuff all ready to go.
They say that the preparation wasn't there. That at least residents believe that was the case. So, you know, we are still hoping that we'll continue to see that presence grow by FEMA, by local leaders. But they say that many of the people who were trying to get gas, for example, are just trying to fill up their tank to as full as it can get and then get out of town. They want to get to a place where they can get power, for example, where grocery stores are fully open. But a lot of them, like I mentioned yesterday at the grocery store that we were at, there was a $20 limit and people were still waiting 5+ hours just to get that $20 worth of gas.
That's awful. All right, Evan, thank you very much. Let's get over to Michelle now.
Alrighty, it's now 7:37, and today a heat advisory will be in effect for the entire area, and that includes southern Mississippi. That starts at 10, and many areas will feel like 105 to 108 degrees. Again, a lot of us, we do not have power. We don't have ways to cool off, and we're under the cleanup process. So please be very careful today. Take frequent breaks and drink plenty of water. Taking a live look outside, it is pretty humid out there. It's 79 degrees, and the humidity levels will remain pretty high throughout the rest of the afternoon. So when you factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like the triple digits easily throughout the area. So right now, temperatures are in the upper 70s in Kenner, Slidell, good morning, Belle Chase, 80 degrees. And today's forecast will be in the mid 80s by 10, and notice the rain chances continuing to bump up as we head into the afternoon, and we'll be in the lower 90s today, which is exactly where we need to be for this time of the season. And then tonight, relatively quiet under mostly cloudy skies. But the heat indices are going to climb into the triple digits by 2-3 o'clock today. So again, make sure you're being very careful. Heat illnesses and also a heat stroke can definitely creep up on you through the afternoon. Now, I've been keeping an eye on the river levels through the morning, and again, the Boca Chica looking good, but the Chafuncta River, it's going to remain pretty high through the rest of the week. I do expect the water levels to recede as we head into the weekend, so again, just keep that in mind. Pretty dry across the area, a few isolated showers I'm tracking, again, south of Laplace, and a few coastal showers and a few spotty showers over Terrebonne Parish. As we head into the afternoon, we get that daytime heating. Also, a shortwave trough is going to slide through, and that is going to trigger a few showers through the day. It will be heavy in a few spots, so keep that in mind. I know many of us, we actually sustained roof damages, so please be very careful. And as we head near the North Shore around this evening, a few scattered showers are also possible with a few downpours. Now, tomorrow morning, it will be dry. But once again, scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast, so watch out for those. And I do expect a few evening showers. Again, this is on your Thursday. Friday's looking much better, and I'm actually expecting drier air to move into the area as we head into Saturday. So real quick, Tropical Depression Ida moving to the northeast at 24 miles per hour, and is going to be a rainmaker to portions of the northeast throughout the rest of the day. The tropics still very busy. There are two systems I'm looking at. We have Kate, which is a tropical depression. It will remain a fish storm. And then Larry, that just formed today as a tropical storm, and it is expected to bang to the north as we head into your Monday, but it is forecasted to become a major hurricane by Monday. So here's a quick look at your 7-day forecast, and not a threat to us. Hot and humid today, and watch out for some showers.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Traveling on the roads has, you know, been a bit of a mess, guys, honestly, in certain parts of the metro area and region. But we do have our first accident of the morning, and it is causing huge delays, as you can see here. So I want to point that out to you guys. I-10 eastbound at mile marker 11 over the Bonnie Carey, 111, that should say 111, over the Bonnie Carey Spillway. There is an accident, not getting a report of specific lane blockage yet, but you can basically see that congestion is from the I-55 merge until you get to Kenner.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break and then be right back. We're trying to get our financial advisor, Randy Waishe, up with some of the money questions that a lot of people have when it comes to a hurricane like this. We'll be right back. When we get hit by a major hurricane like the one we just went through, getting your finances in order can be a very difficult task. Joining us now is financial advisor Randy Waishe with more on that and what to do when a disaster strikes like this. And first of all, you know, we're seeing so many people with problems, and especially we talked to the Insurance Commissioner Jim Donelon yesterday, And one of the big problems with people making insurance claims is they don't realize there's a huge deductible when it comes to a named storm for most companies.
Almost everyone that issuing insurance in Louisiana and in Mississippi has a hurricane deductible that it's pretty significant. Unless you're really looking at significant damages, you may not be covered for most of what's going on. And a lot of what we experienced during Ida is from flood. And so if you don't have flood coverage, you're not going to get a lot of your claims covered, which is going to be a big dent on your finances.
And you do hope that the government will help out, because there's a lot of people. We have a very large poor population here. I mean, where do they turn? People who have finances and stuff like that are stuck because banks aren't open. You can't get to an internet. So there's a lot of problems.
There are a lot of problems, but for the good news is that there is federal assistance, and if you can get to an internet, go to www.disasterassistance.gov, and they're available for potentially for grants for low-income loans, and I believe that that's going to in existence right now, so you can apply for help for all sorts of disaster-related activities.
And now, for people who have some assets and are are all right financially, still have jobs, things like that, what do you suggest to them?
Well, get everything in order. There's going to be insurance companies are going to be inundated with claims, and what we learned from Katrina and other major storms is get your information organized well. Pull it together in one fashion and submit it to the insurance company orderly, with details, with receipts, and pictures. The more detail you can give the insurance company with the receipts, followed up by pictures, with if you've left town, all of the receipts for your travel expenses, the better off you're making their job, so therefore the faster you're going to get paid.
Yeah, and that's a problem a lot of us learned the hard way in Katrina, that if you did not keep receipts because everything was so jumbled, and you were lucky to get somebody to help you here, somebody to help you there, you didn't keep track of receipts, and the insurance companies had no pity.
None whatsoever. And to their, I won't even suggest to their credit, but they were so inundated. It was like anybody else. The easiest ones they came across, the ones that came across with the most information, are the ones who got paid first and the most. Another thing for those people that want to be very careful in finding the people that are going to do their work. There's a lot of people in town that are uninsured, that aren't registered with the state of Louisiana. Make sure who you're hiring has insurance. Make sure who you're hiring has experience. That's going to be very helpful also when you're filing your claims for coverage.
All right, Randy, thank you very much. We appreciate the advice. Right now, 7:40.
Hey, one other thing.
Go ahead.
One other thing. You guys have done a great job. You've been on the air. Everybody should be very thankful for the quality of work that you guys have been producing on air and off air.
Well, thank you. It's been a great teamwork here. All right, thank you very much, Randy.
Camera.
Let's get over to Michelle now.
Alrighty, thank you so much. It is 7:49, and a heat advisory will be in effect today, so it's going to be hot and humid and not really what you want to hear, because many of us were still without power. Please be very careful while you're outside today. Again, a lot of us were starting to clean up, drink plenty of water, and take frequent breaks, because it's going to feel like 105 to 108 degrees. Heat illnesses can creep up on us very quickly, so again, pay attention to your body while you're outside. Please be very careful. So as we take a look at the current temperatures, there's already 80 in Belle Chase, upper 70s in Slidell and Kenner, and 79 in Reserve. So today the heat indices will climb quickly into the triple digits as we head into the noon hour. So again, just make sure you are staying very careful while you're out and about. Already starting to pick up a few showers across the area, isolated in nature. I'm looking at an isolated shower in Terrebonne Parish and looking at an isolated shower south of Laplace. North Shore looking fantastic, nice and dry for you all right now, but that is going to change as we go through the day. A shortwave trough is going to slide in from the north, and that is going to trigger a few showers at first as we head into the 1-2 o'clock hour, and then those scattered showers continuing to march northward. It will be heavy in a few spots as we head into the 6-7 o'clock hour. North Shore areas may see a few scattered showers and isolated downpours, so watch out for those. But then as we head into the overnight, nice and dry, we'll be left with plenty of clouds. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. So today, a heat advisory will be in effect. It will be hot and humid, feeling like 108 in a few spots. Tomorrow, a heat advisory will also be in effect. It's going to be hot and humid, and watch out for scattered storms. As we head into the weekend, drier air sets in.
Thanks so much, Michelle, for that update. Excuse me. We have our first accident of the morning, and it's causing a ton of delays. But the great news is that congestion is improving as far as how heavy it is. So if you're just tuning in, there is an accident I-10 eastbound at mile marker 211 over the Bonnie Carey Spillway. Of course, it doesn't take much. There's only 2 lanes there, barely in a shoulder. So anytime that we have even partial road blockage, we do see significant congestion that is backed up to the I-55 merge.
All right, thank you very much. We also have created a hashtag OpenNOLA. We're using it to share details on all the stores that are open so you can find gas, food, water, ice, even Wi-Fi and charging stations like you've seen people set up in neighborhoods around the metro area. There are a lot of resources out there. We'll keep you updated with new information when we get it. I know I was happy to see the hardware store on right next to my house, right close to my house on the Ferret Hardware open up. A lot of places are trying to get up and help people with the things they need. We'll be right back.
I'm Chiba Turk. Thank you to our WUPL viewers for sticking with us. For our Channel 4 viewers just joining us, here's the latest on your morning. Entergy has restored power to a part of New Orleans East. Those are the first lights to come back on in the city since Hurricane Ida. The company warns, though, that it could still be a while before power's back on to the rest of New Orleans. They say they're working on a couple of plans to get hospitals back online as soon as possible. An off-duty NOPD officer was shot last night while driving on the I-10 West near the St. Bernard Avenue exit in an unmarked car. His window shattered. He noticed a bullet that had grazed his head and drove himself to the hospital. Now, he is expected to be okay. The NOPD says crime is a big concern right now with power off in New Orleans. There is a curfew in place. It starts at 8 every night. Michelle?
Alrighty, well, it's going to be hot and humid today. Temperatures are already starting to climb across southeast Louisiana, already 80 degrees in Belle Chase. It is going to be dangerously hot today. Please exercise heat practice or heat safety measures while you're out and about today, because notice the heat advisory will be in effect for the entire area, and that includes southern Mississippi. So it's going to feel like 105 to 108 degrees. Today we'll see a daytime high of 92, a mix of sunshine and clouds, but scattered showers and thunderstorms are possible today with quick heavy downpours in a few areas lasting into the early evening hours. And it's going to get hot very quickly today. The heat indices, again, will be in the triple digits as we head into the afternoon, feeling like 104, 105 degrees. Pretty dry across the area as you take a look at the current radar. I am tracking a few isolated showers over the river parishes and one lone shower over Terrebonne Parish this morning. So again, watch out for showers later on today.
.58 and still monitoring an accident over the Bonnie Carey Spillway that's causing significant delays at mile marker 211. Not getting reports of specific lane blockage, but you can see that delays are backed up to the I-55 merge until you get all the way to the 310 merge. So please give yourself, I would say, 20 extra minutes if you are able to. We do still have other road closures I'll share about later.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Seeing light in New Orleans as a signal of progress after Hurricane Ida. Entergy released a statement saying that some power had been restored to a small portion of New Orleans East. Our Duke Carter will bring us a live report.
Yeah, and a curfew is also in place for New Orleans as crews try to get things back to normal conditions for everybody. Our Asha Staples will join us with background on the shooting of a New Orleans police officer. We have that, plus people will have more access to some essential items now that businesses are reopening. The Winn-Dixie is about to reopen over on Tchoupitoulas and Jefferson Avenue.
All right, all that good to hear. We know people still have some rough days ahead, though. Welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News at 8 o'clock on this Wednesday, September 1st.
And we have plenty of coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. It has been awful outside. The weather's been rough. Actually, yesterday, Michelle, there was enough rain and cloud cover to where it wasn't so god-awful outside.
That's right, and today we're actually going to see something similar to that today, where we're going to see lots of clouds and scattered showers kind of moving into the area later on today. But right now things are warming up quickly. We're in the lower 80s in Reserve, Kenner, and Belle Chase. Areas where you're not finding the temperatures is because our sensors are out because of Hurricane Ida. As we take a look at what to expect today, a heat advisory will be in effect starting at 10, so that's shortly, or in a few, and it's going to feel extremely hot today. Please be very careful while you're outside. Heat illnesses, a heat stroke can definitely creep up on you fast today because many of us, our power is still out. It's going to feel like 105 to 108 degrees this afternoon. So please just keep that in mind, drink plenty of water. So my forecast high today, 92 degrees. We'll see a mix of sunshine and clouds, but I am looking for a 50% coverage of showers and storms later on this afternoon. Already tracking a few spotty showers at the moment, and heat indices will climb rather quickly today. So taking a look at the radar, for the most part, many of us, we are dry. I'm looking at a few showers south of La Plaza, and I'm looking at a few scattered showers or isolated showers in portions of Terrebonne Parish. Now, as we take a look at the models here, coastal showers at first through the morning, and we'll start seeing those showers continuing to march through the area. It will be heavy in a few spots throughout the afternoon, and then I do expect the North Shore areas around 6-7 o'clock today. We'll start seeing a few showers, and then overnight hours looking fairly quiet.
Michelle, thank you. Governor John Bel Edwards will be in New Orleans today to assess the damage Hurricane Ida left behind. He'll also meet with local officials in Jefferson Parish, where he will hold a press conference at the Emergency Operations Center. That's this afternoon at 2:30. You can watch Governor Edwards' address today on our WWL-TV Facebook page. There are some lights on in New Orleans East. That is surprising after the extensive damage Entergy's infrastructure suffered with Ida, and officials worried it may be weeks or longer to restore that power. So a glimmer of hope. Duke Carter joins us live with more on that. And Duke, when the power came back on, the gas station you're at, the lights came on, so people automatically thought that there was gas there, but that is not correct?
Yes, please stress that just because the power is on here at the Bullard and I-10 Service Road Shell gas station, unfortunately, this is the unintended consequence of what happens when people think that there is power here. The thing is that we really want to stress is that there is no gas. This is according to the clerk inside. We had to have a brief tense conversation about what needs to happen, because you have a lot of people who are waiting in line. In fact, right before we went on air, I believe there was a small fender bender because people are waiting to get gas. And so while this is an unintended consequence because of the fact that the power on, according to Energy, they say that this is a sign of hope. In part, they did release a statement earlier this morning. In part, it reads that, again, that this is a sign of hope as Energy crews are turning the power on for some customers in eastern New Orleans. Only a small pocket of people have power at this time, with generation supplied by the New Orleans Power Station. And according to Energy, this is the first step in bringing power back to the metro region after Hurricane Ida, of course, just destroyed and devastated parts of southeast Louisiana. And while the initial service can be provided to some customers, the full restoration time for the rest of New Orleans, that is still going to be significant across the region. This is according to Energy. Now, that statement goes on to read that crews will have to methodically bring back additional transmission lines over time to provide other pathways for power to enter the region and to help maintain stability of the power system throughout the complete restoration process. Now, again, we've heard Energy say they're going to bring in 20,000 workers to try to get those lines online to make sure people get the lights on as soon as possible. And so I want to find out if we have that soundbite, but we're going to chit-chat a little bit more. Again, this is what we're seeing here, people lining up. If our producer can let me know if we have that soundbite, let me know in my ear. But this is the situation that we're dealing with right now. You have people who are lining up, but people who have been waiting since 4 o'clock this morning when we arrived, when they saw that the lights were on, that they're thinking that there's gas here. Again, you have people who have been waiting in line and trying to find out whether or not, but this is the situation that we're dealing with. Again, not Duke, a lot of people wanting to know where to get gas because, oh, go ahead, Leslie, go ahead. Have you told these people this situation and they're still staying in line? We told one person, two people actually, who told them that saw the sign and read the sign. They're saying that they're going to wait it out because they believe a truck is coming. Okay. So they're going to wait it out and hope for the best. Other folks are just like, hey, where can we go and where's the nearest spot and the gas buddy? The other problem is that we're hearing from folks who are coming here is that it's being broadcast not through our station but through some other medium, specifically radio, and they're hearing that that there is gas here. And so one lady, we had to tell her, like, hey, heads up, there's no gas. But she really had like 10 gas tanks, mini gas tanks to help out the neighborhood because she was told through the radio that, yeah, that there was gas here. But unfortunately, this is the problem. A lot of folks waiting in line thinking that there's gas here, but because there's power. And so right now, it's just, this is a mess.
It is a mess.
Real mess.
Duke, thank you so much. And some people kind of get stuck too. And if the person in front of them doesn't move, they can't either. So we appreciate that update. That is such a mess. Guys, we did get an update from power restoration for CLECO customers. CLECO representative Jennifer Cahill gave us more information just a little while ago.
What we're doing is getting our critical infrastructure on, and that includes Lakeview Hospital, which should be on today. We restored power to Slidell Memorial Hospital yesterday, and as I mentioned, St. Tammany Hospital and Lakeview Hospital will be on today. We also, last night around 8:45, our crews restored power to the Slidell City Sewer Pumping Station off of Terrace Avenue. We also got the Covington City Hall, Covington PD, St. Tammany Justice Center. We were getting all of those on, yesterday and first thing this morning. And in tandem with that, we're also doing damage assessments. So that means our crews are getting out in the field and taking a look at the damage that we have out there. From a transmission perspective, we're really only seeing, minimal structural damage on the transmission side, and then trees on lines. But from a distribution side, that's where we're seeing the most of our damage, and that's where our assessor crews are out there right now. As of yesterday morning, we had over 250 trees on lines, 200 arms broken, over 60 poles broken, 300 spans of conductor. And when I say a span, I'm talking about that wire that goes in between, each pole. So we had a lot of that down. And our damage assessments really won't wrap up until Thursday. But the good news there is that we initially estimated that our damage assessment efforts would be complete in the next 3 to 4 days. But we've been bringing in extra resources. So, as Ida restorations wrap up in other parts of the state, we've been able to redirect those resources to St. Tammany and Washington parishes.
And I did go on to ask her, just because they're still doing damage assessment, they are also restoring at the same time. So I said, so for some people it could be days before they get power back, some people weeks. And she said, yes, that was the only timetable we got. Be sure to check our website for CLECO and Entergy updates, WWL-TV.com, and St. Tammany Washington Electric. They have over 40,000 customers on the North Shore without power. An off-duty NOPD officer was grazed in the head by a bullet after someone fired gunshots on I-10 last night. It happened just hours after the city issued a curfew, urging people to stay off the roads, especially at night while the power is out. Asha Staples is live with details. And Asha, NOPD Chief Sean Ferguson also told us that there have been a number of arrests made regarding looting, but he would not quantify that number.
Yeah, he doesn't want to over-sensationalize that number because he doesn't want people to think that the city is just doing bad, but there have been some arrests that come with this curfew. He does want to make it very clear that there will be consequences for those who do not abide by this curfew that was set by the city of New Orleans. But as far as that officer is concerned, he is in stable condition and he is responsive, so that's great news. This could have been a very serious situation because we do know the city is left in the dark after Hurricane Ida. The city is really without power all around. But again, we're hoping to learn a little bit more about this situation later on this morning from Chief Ferguson. What we do know, again, this happened around 8:30 last night on Interstate 10 westbound towards the St. Bernard exit. The officer said that he did hear a single shot. It did strike him in the head, and he did not shoot back and was able to drive himself to the hospital. Now, last night, the police chief did address the media about the crime, and he said that there's no reason to believe right now that this was an isolated incident, saying that there's no reason that the officer would have been targeted because he was in an unmarked vehicle. And again, as you know, the city is in total darkness following Hurricane Ida, so this incident comes just less than an hour after City of New Orleans curfew is set, which begins at 8 o'clock. And it's also in an effort to curb crime and keep people safe. Chief Ferguson says his officers, along with the state police and the National Guard, are the only ones who should be out during the curfew. And of course, they do say that there will be consequences.
This is being proactive. It's wanting to ensure that we keep our city, our neighborhoods stabilized.
Not Yet released the name of that police officer involved in this crime. He wanted to make sure family was notified before releasing that information. He's also looking to get more information about the suspect in this incident and also a vehicle description. Again, the entire city is in the dark, so their investigation that started last night was very slim because there was not much visibility on the interstate. Again, this is an active investigation. As far as that curfew goes, there is no date or time set as to when that will expire. But of course, once the city gets more power, we'll be able to get a better idea of when that is set to end. For now, reporting live in New Orleans, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
Our thoughts and prayers with that officer. Asha, thank you. Plaquemines Parish now under a complete lockdown that went into effect a couple hours ago at 6 a.m. The Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office will conduct roadblocks at every entry point of the parish on the east and west bank. Only Plaquemines residents and those involved in recovery efforts will be able to get in. A press conference will be held at 2 p.m. to elaborate on the current state of the parish. We want to make sure you and your families are safe and informed during this time. If you have any questions regarding weather, evacuations, or anything else, text them to us, 504-529-4444, and then tune into WWL-TV Facebook Live. That's at 1 o'clock today for all the answers. The Eyewitness News will host a question and answer session for those in need. We'll also get an update from leaders at Oxnard. During a virtual meeting yesterday, Oxnard CEO and President Warner Thomas mentioned the COVID patients who are being looked after amid all of the challenges Hurricane Ida has triggered at their facilities.
Amongst all of what's happening, we still are taking care of 770 COVID patients around our system. So I know we haven't talked about that in a while, but we are still continuing to take care of, hundreds of COVID patients. We have successfully worked to, as we mentioned earlier, transfer lots of patients from other facilities, into the Oxnard system, evacuate our hospitals yesterday. That's all gone well. And we do continue to have, almost 300 employees that are out on quarantine, employees who have tested positive for COVID. So that is all happening while we're going through the hurricane situation. In meeting with our teams at Chabert and St. Anne, significant damage to those facilities. We are running both the emergency rooms at those facilities, but all of the inpatient, all surgery, all of those services are closed. We continue to go through the damage assessment, which is substantial. It's going to take some time to bring those facilities back up. We do not have an estimated time, for that situation at this point. All of our other facilities continue to run on backup power, backup waters.
We expect another update from Oxnard sometime today. April?
Yeah, definitely important information. Thanks so much, Leslie. Traffic is still a bit of a mess, guys. I want to point out an accident that we have that's causing significant delays, although the congestion is getting a little bit better. I-10 eastbound at mile marker 211 over the Bonnie Curry Spillway. There is an accident. We unfortunately don't have access because, of course, due to the power of DOTD cams right now, so we don't know exactly which area is blocked. But as you can see, delays are pretty significant, backed up to the I-55 merge, and that does last until you get to the 310 merge as well. This is eastbound, so coming in from the LaPlace area, making your way towards the city. Please be mindful of that. As you can see, we do have heavy delays for several miles. You can take airline. It may put you a little bit out of the way, but at least you won't have to sit in congestion. So I want to share that information with you guys as far as closures, because we do so have some. The exit ramps at Highway 51 in LaPlace are still closed, of course, due to flooding. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. This area is not closed, guys. I've been getting a ton of messages for clarification. The interstate was never closed in this direction westbound. However, it is reserved for emergency vehicles only. If you do travel in this area, you will not get stopped, but officials are asking that you avoid the area altogether, especially until things get a little bit better in LaPlace with flooding in particular, since those on and off ramps are continue to remain closed. So if you don't have to travel basically westbound towards Baton Rouge, then just avoid the area altogether. You can take airline, you can take I-12 to I-10. It's going to take you a little bit longer, but at least you are able to do that. But be careful if you are still on the roadways. The great news is that the debris has been removed from the roads there, because we did have a lot of down trees in that area yesterday. Off ramps eastbound and westbound along I-10 as well as southbound along I-55 do remain closed in LaPlace too.
Alrighty, thanks, April. It's now 8:15, and it's all about the heat today. Once again, we'll be dealing with the scorching temperatures across southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi. A heat advisory will be in effect throughout the day starting at 10. So again, we're going to feel like 105 to 108 degrees. Please be very careful. Many of us, we are still without power. And again, the cleanup process underway for many of us. Make sure you're taking frequent breaks, drinking plenty of water. Take it easy, take it slow. Again, because heat illnesses can creep up on you very quickly today. So make sure you're paying attention to that. Temperatures lower 80s in Reserve. Good morning. 80 in Kenner, 81 degrees in Belle Chase, and 80 in Slidell. The areas where you're not finding the temperature readings is because Ida took them out. Taking a look at your planning forecast today, will be in the upper 80s by noon, and the rain chances will continue to climb. Lower 90s today, a mix of sunshine and clouds, and I am looking for scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms later on today. The heat indices will climb rather quickly. We'll be in the triple digits by noon. It's going to feel like 104, 105 in New Orleans. So again, just be very careful. I've been keeping an eye on the rivers here. The Boca Chita looking better, as well as the Boca Falea. But I do want to mention the Tchefuncte River still rather high, and it will start to recede as we head into the weekend. So just be very careful. And the lakes, Lake Borgne, Lake Pontchartrain, still rather high at the moment. Right now, taking a look at the live radar, pretty dry on the North Shore. I am looking at a few isolated showers over portions of Terrebonne Parish, and that's it. Your local expert forecast there, the camera kind of threw me off because it's not working very well. We're looking at lower 90s in Houma, 94 in Slidell, and Thibodaux coming in at 93 with scattered showers. So taking you through the day, scattered showers will start to develop later on this afternoon, all thanks to a shortwave trough moving in from the north. I do expect showers to really start ramping up as we head into the 5-6 o'clock hour on the North Shore, and heavy downpours are possible. Tonight looks rather quiet under mostly cloudy skies, and tomorrow morning a heat advisory will be in effect as well. Many areas will feel like the triple digits. As we head into the morning, a few coastal showers are possible, and then as we head into the afternoon, those showers really starting to fire up. Heavy downpours are possible in a few spots, especially as we head into Thursday night. Real quick, Tropical Depression Ida moving to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. Heavy rain in portions of the northeast, and it has winds of 30 miles per hour. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast here. Heat advisory today and tomorrow. Also look out for scattered showers. Lower 90s, make sure you're being very careful. Friday, not too bad, still hot and humid, but drier air is going to move in on Sunday, so at least our humidity levels will be tolerable.
Later today, Governor John Bel Edwards will tour more areas damaged by Hurricane Ida. He's going to make stops in Jefferson Parish and Orleans. That comes a day after I got a firsthand look at the damage in St. John Parish, one of the hardest hit areas. Paul Murphy reports that the parish was hit by strong winds, devastating surge, and relentless rain.
Hurricane Ida tore a path of destruction through the heart of St. John Parish. You see this kind of damage everywhere you turn in LaPlace. James and Sabrina Alexander live in the Cambridge subdivision.
I figured every house is gone. I mean, you know, they all been flooded. Half the roofs are gone, and they got walls missing off of some of the houses. And everybody had to have a lot of water because we were knee deep in water.
For many, we were thinking about going into the attic, and there is no attic. All of the attic is caved in. And the left side of the house where the attic was, all that roof is gone.
More than 100-mile-per-hour sustained winds battered St. John, while 17 inches of rain fell and damaging storm surge rushed in from Lake Pontchartrain. Marvin LeVay lives on Fairway Drive in the Carrollwood subdivision.
We've been in this house 44 years. You know, we've been here for Katrina, Andrew, and never had this kind of devastation. We have had tree damage, but that's about the major part of it.
Governor John Bel Edwards flew over St. John Parish as he toured the storm-damaged areas of the state on Tuesday. He said, "We're dealing with a real catastrophe here."
It was not just surge, but you got plenty of surge. It was not just wind, but you got plenty of that. But also some of the heaviest rains that fell anywhere in the state of Louisiana fell on St. John the Baptist Parish. 80% of all the rescues done in the state of Louisiana were done in St. John the Baptist Parish yesterday.
St. John President Jacqueline Hotard said her community is devastated.
This is going to be very difficult. Worst disaster that we've all seen in St. John Parish. and it's going to take a long time.
Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
Alrighty, the heat and humidity is on today. A heat advisory will be in effect. It will feel like the triple digits across the area. Please practice heat safety while you're out and about. As we take a look at the current temperatures, lower 80s for many of the areas, and it's going to continue to get very hot today. So the heat indices will be in the triple digits as early as noon. So I do want to touch on the tropics real quick. Again, Ida's way away from us. It is moving into the northeast, but we do have two other storms in the Atlantic. We have Kate, a tropical depression, moving to the north. It will be a fish storm. And Larry formed earlier this morning. It is a tropical storm, and it is expected to take the same path as Kate, staying far away from us. So remember, today a heat advisory in effect today and tomorrow. Drier air moves in for the weekend, and Saturday temperatures in the lower 90s.
I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you to our WUPL viewers for sticking with us. For our Channel 4 viewers just joining us, here is the latest Eye on Your Morning. This afternoon, the governor will be touring Ida damage in Orleans and Jefferson parishes. He'll then speak in Gretna. Yesterday, he saw Lafourche, Terrebonne, and St. John parishes and flew over Grand Isle and Lafitte, which all had catastrophic damage. Lafourche Parish residents are allowed to return home, though. There will be checkpoints set up, and you'll have to show proof that you live there. If you plan to go back, though, here's what you'll want to know. Many homes are severely damaged, so your home could be uninhabitable. There's a curfew in place from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m., and power will not be back on for a while. Also, you should know that cell service is down in the area. Most of the parish also does not have food, and almost all stores are closed. In Terrebonne, parish officials are reiterating that no one should try to come home right now. They say people are returning even though the roads are not safe, and it's created traffic jams while crews try to work to clear the debris and fix the power lines. They want residents to know it's not safe to drive in the parish, and there's no power, water, or supplies. Michelle?
And the heat will be on today. A heat advisory will go into effect around 10 this morning. You can see for the highlighted parishes extending into southern Mississippi, will feel like 105 to 108 degrees. Please be very careful while you're out and about today. And as we take a look at the current temperatures, we're in the lower 80s right now, and temperatures will quickly climb into the lower 90s today. But when you factor in the high humidity levels, it's going to feel like the triple digits. New Orleans is going to feel like 105. Other spots much hotter than that. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. A heat advisory in effect. 92 scattered showers in the forecast with quick heavy downpours. Tomorrow, a heat advisory will also go into effect, so it's going to be hot again. Lower 90s. Friday, not too bad with a few stray showers. Drier air moves in for the weekend, but it's still going to remain pretty hot but less humid.
Congestion still moderate on the interstate over the Bonnie Curry Spillway, but first I wanted to give you guys an update on the interstate in regards to closures or just restrictions. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, that's going to be westbound headed towards Baton Rouge, is reserved for emergency vehicles only. You are able to travel in this area, but officials are asking that you don't, just to make sure that it's clear for that emergency use. Exit ramps do still remain closed along Highway 51. It's been a long morning in Laplace due to flooding. Off ramps east and westbound along I-10 as well as southbound along I-55 remain closed as well in Laplace only due to flooding. So that's not anywhere else along I-55 or I-10, just at Laplace. And if you are able to see those tiny black lines, that does indicate that closure. LA-18 still not passable. That's River Road from St. John Parish line to Hanville due to down power lines.
All right. Thank you, April. If you're sticking with us on WUPL, here's what's coming up. Power has been restored in one portion of New Orleans East. If you live in the rest of the city, don't get your hopes up yet, though. The latest updates from Energy next.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
All right, guys, well, a glimpse of hope. We are finally seeing green on Entergy's outage map. Crews work to restore power in New Orleans East, and this is the first light in the city after Hurricane Ida. You can find updates on the restoration progress here and across our state on our website at WWL-TV.com. And Eric, you can see we're getting a couple of more dots of green on that map.
One of our producers, Whitney, that they're getting some more power in Tremay right now, some parts of Tremay, so that's good. That's the best news we can get. And we have more information from Entergy this morning. They sent out a statement saying, this is a quote now, despite accessibility issues in some of the hardest hit areas, our team has been able to assess about 36% of the impacted infrastructure. Restoration will vary by parish and neighborhood based on local transmission and distribution damage. And that's one of the things that they'll be watching. You know, if your neighborhood didn't have a lot of poles down, things like that, you may get power on sooner. If your neighborhood had poles all over the place, then it's going to be tougher. They got to put the poles back up before they can get power to your house.
Sure.
Thank you for joining us for this 8:30 half hour. We have lots coming up this morning.
We do. We want to get straight over to Michelle Morgan, who's watching the forecast for us and unfortunately dealing with so much heat as we wait for people to get power.
Yeah, that's right. It's not a good situation. The temperatures are going to climb into the lower 90s. It's going to feel like the triple digits. Many of us still without power, so we don't really have ways to cool down. So again, you're working outside, planning on being outside, try your best to take it slow. Drink plenty of water, stay hydrated, and take frequent breaks because heat stroke, heat illnesses will creep up on you very fast today. Temperatures, lower 80s across southeast Louisiana, and we're going to see lower 90s today. Hot, humid, a few showers and storms are possible through the afternoon, and I'm actually looking for a 50% coverage of showers today. The heat indices will climb quickly. We'll feel like the triple digits as early as noon. So again, just make sure you're being very careful. Right now across southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi, we are dry. I'm looking at a few isolated showers located over portions of Terrebonne Parish, and that's it. And I'm tracking one isolated downpour northwest of Houma. As we take a look at your 7-day forecast, again, a heat advisory in effect today and also tomorrow, so it's going to be hot as well tomorrow afternoon. Temperatures will be in the lower 90s, a mix of sunshine and clouds. As we wrap up the work week, temperatures will be in the lower 90s under mostly sunny conditions. Can't rule out a few stray showers, but drier air is going to move into the area as we head into our Saturday. And I do expect the humidity levels to be a bit lower, so at least the humidity will be tolerable across the area. As we head into your Sunday, a few showers are possible and temperatures climbing into the lower 90s. And then Labor Day, not too bad. Partly cloudy skies and temperatures in the upper 80s.
All right, Michelle, thank you very much. Plaquemines Parish, as we've told you all morning, is now under a complete lockdown. The lockdown went into effect at 6 o'clock this morning. With more on that, we have Patrick Harvey on the phone with us. He's with the Parish Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. Excuse me, he's the director. Thank you for joining us. The lockdown is for what reason, Patrick?
To monitor the residents and make sure outsiders aren't coming in. We just, currently we have no water in the parish with for residents to bathe and drink and so forth. That happened last night when we lost generator power at our water plant. And then, without us having electricity and being able to flush toilets and all due to our lift stations not having power, it's best for us to, just only residents here or just necessary personnel here in the parish at this time. Residents that are away, we ask them to please be patient. We're trying to get things up and running here in the parish to make it safe for everyone to come back home. We want y'all home, but it's going to take a little while.
Patrick,
Yes,
how many
sir.
people are still living in Plaquemines right now and have not moved yet?
We got quite a few people still here in the Belle Chase area. There's a handful or so down on the southern end of the parish as well that stayed during Hurricane Ida, and also there's some still on our east bank that stayed.
And the damage was significant in parts of Plaquemines. Where was it the worst hit?
We had a lot of water damage, flooding, overtopping of our levees from Alliance all the way down to almost to Diamond to the St. Jude hump, we call it, down in the southern portion of the parish. Is probably about a 15-mile stretch of Highway 23 that was totally inundated with water. Still is. Water has receded some, and we continue to push debris off, but it's going to be quite a while before Highway 23 is open. And then on our east bank, the water came up on Highway 39 between White Ditch and Phoenix. That water has receded and has been cleared, but we also had some overtopping from Ida into the Braithwaite area, which currently we have the pumps running, and we should be actively pumping that water out of the breakaway area in the neighborhoods and stuff. Highway 39 is open from the parish line all the way down to Point Lahash. They got the highway cleared yesterday, so it is open, but the sheriff has checkpoints at all parish entrances this morning.
Yeah, and what about wind damage, you know, to utility lines, things like that? We were just looking at some video. I mean, it looked pretty bad.
We had quite a bit of wind damage. I don't think it was bad as Zeta. I think whenever Zeta came through last year, Entergy beefed up everything, and we got a bunch of new poles and stuff. So it seems to have withstood a good portion of the the parish. We do still have some poles down and some lines down. Entergy has been in here and assessing damage, and they're trying their best right now to get us back up and running. So it's going to take a little while.
What are they telling you as far as the timeline, or do they even know yet?
They told us that they're looking at 2 to 3 weeks. I think that's the standard, but they're hoping that it will be shorter than that. And with the rate that, the amount of damage and stuff is not as significant as it was for last year. I think they'll be able to get us restored. The problem is for the southern part of the parish, it might take a little bit longer due to the fact that Entergy can't get their trucks down to the southern part of the parish due to highway flooding.
Now, is FEMA coming in and helping out residents with food, water, things like that?
Today we have the ice, water, MREs, and tarps that's going to be distributed at 12 noon starting at the government complex in Bell Chase. That's at 12 noon for ice, water, MREs, and tarps. And we ordered extra water from late last night to get here due to that we have no water pressure, no water at all in the parish right now. We're currently working to get that generator restored to be able to push water throughout the west bank of the parish. On our east bank, we have water available in the Phoenix to Point Lahash area, but the upper part of the parish, that water plant was inundated with flood waters, and it's going to take a couple of 2 to 3 weeks at least, or maybe a little bit longer to get that repaired. So we're looking for other measures to get water to our northern East Bank residents.
All right, Patrick, thank you very much, and it's been a rough one all over. Thank you very much for the update.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Harry.
You may notice more people on the roads this morning looking for businesses that are open as some gas stations and grocery stores start to open for limited hours. Evan Narani joins us live from Winn-Dixie on Tchoupitoulas, which just opened. Evan, was there a long line?
There was a long line, and already they're out of ice. That was the #1 thing that we saw people buying as they walked into the door. That line almost exclusively for ice. We saw people coming out with that alone. They didn't even need carts in many cases. They walked out. It was limited to 1 bag per family, and now really within an hour or so of them being open, they are already out of that ice, and that's why they limited it in the first place. We've seen some people who've been very frustrated. They came to get ice, and they're walking out saying they wish they had come earlier to be able to get that, but now that's one of the items on the list of things they're out of. So on top of that, they also do not have propane, and they also can't give cash back. So no cash back, no propane, no ice. But beyond that, you're good to go if you're going to Winn-Dixie and you're trying to stock up on, say, non-perishables or food that you need. Of course, many people are expected to still be without power for a pretty decent length of time. So we're starting to see kind of those final people to grab those last bags of ice coming out of Winn-Dixie. But we are also seeing that a lot of people are really happy to be able to finally start to get their necessities once again. They had waited in line for several, hours in some cases. Yesterday we were in Laplace, and we had talked to some of the people who had waited in 5-hour lines just to fill up on $20 worth of gas. And while they say they're very frustrated with FEMA, for example, and with elected officials for not being able to get them the necessities that they need, they're very reliant and happy to be able to see that these local businesses are willing to open their doors once again. And we talked with the owner of Winn-Dixie. He told us that this is just what people do here in New Orleans. They help their community, they care about their neighbors, and they're happy to be able to open their doors once again. If you're looking for a list of locations, the Winn-Dixie locations that are open, it is still limited. They opened about 20 stores today. You can go onto the Winn-Dixie website. They've got full updates there. Some of the hours vary depending on which location you're looking for. However, you know, a lot of people finally starting to get that smile back on their faces after 3 days of what they say was waiting and hoping that these stores would be able to reopen, that some of their perishable items would be able to be good to go. And so, you know, now finally starting to walk out the door with those items once again.
So promising. Evan, thank you so very much for your reporting. You've done such a great job for us. And we're getting an update now for passengers at Armstrong International. They say if you parked your car at airport parking facilities and you can't get to it because of Hurricane Ida cancellations, parking operators will work with you to adjust fees. You'll be asked to show an original flight itinerary showing the intended arrival date. Fees can be adjusted based on an original arrival date until the point when flights resume. For other circumstances, the parking operator will work with travelers on a case-by-case basis. Michelle?
Alrighty, today we'll be dealing with dangerous heat across southeast Louisiana and also southern Mississippi. The heat advisory will be in effect today starting at 10, and many areas will feel like 105 to 108 degrees. Please be very careful while you're outside today. Many of us, we don't have a way to cool down, so drink plenty of water and take frequent breaks while you're cleaning up outside. So temperatures are climbing quickly. We're in the mid 80s in some spots and lower 80s in Belle Chase, Slidell, and Kenner. Dew points are relatively high. A lot of tropical moisture in the atmosphere because of Ida. So we will be dealing with high dew points not only today but also tomorrow. So when we look at the feels like readings, it already feels like 102 degrees in reserve, and that's going to be the case in many spots throughout the rest of the afternoon. So here's a look at your planning forecast. We'll be in the upper 80s by noon. It's going to feel so much hotter than that. My forecast high, lower 90s. We'll see a mix of sunshine and clouds today, but scattered showers and storms are possible through the afternoon, all thanks to a shortwave trough moving through the area from the north. So the heat indices will be in the triple digits by noon, and again, it's going to continue to climb throughout the rest of the day. Mandeville, it's going to be hot and humid, 92 degrees. That is your forecast high, partly cloudy skies, and watch out for scattered showers and storms. So right now, we're quiet for the most part. I am tracking a few isolated showers, mainly over portions of Terrebonne Parish, north and northwest of Houma. It looks pretty heavy in that area, but it is moving. Other than that, we are rather quiet. So as we take a look at the high resolution models, we'll start seeing a few showers starting to pop up along our coastal areas. As we head into the afternoon, things really starting to fire up in a few spots. The North Shore areas, again, we'll start seeing scattered showers starting to develop with quick heavy downpours, and then we're quiet as we head into the overnight, left with plenty of clouds. Tomorrow morning, starting off dry, can't rule out a few sprinkles along our coastal areas, but as we get that daytime heating, things really starting to fire up. Heavy downpours over the New Orleans area expected tomorrow afternoon, and as we head into Thursday night, a few showers are possible with quick heavy downpours. Real quick on tropical depression Ida moving to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. This is going to be a heavy rainmaker to portions of the northeast, and it has winds of 30 miles per hour. And the tropics remain pretty busy. We have tropical depression Kate, not a threat to us. It will be a fish storm. And then Larry, it is a tropical storm right now, and it is forecasted to become a major hurricane as early as Monday, but again, not an issue for us. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Hot, humid today. Watch out for storms. Drier air moves in as we head into the weekend.
Thank you so much, Michelle. An update, excuse me, along River Road. I did want to give you guys an update on that, since we do have some areas that remain closed due to down power lines. So LA 18, which is also River Road, isn't passable from Sugar House Road to the Grand Mill elevator near Anna Street. That is due to down power lines if you're going to be traveling in that area. And we also do have another section that is out as well, not passable from St. John Parish line to Hunville due to those down power lines. So something to keep in mind if you are going to be traveling along River Road. Join us after the break for more Eyewitness Morning News.
Well, thousands of people whose cars took on water are now looking to insurance agencies for help. This morning, we're getting some tips from insurance expert Josh D'Amico. Thank you so much for joining us to talk about an issue that a lot of people are dealing with right now. And let's just get straight to it. We saw so many cars flooded. Do most insurance policies cover that?
Good morning. And first, thank you so much for having me this morning. There's been heartfelt concern as we've talked to our local customers in the area. And I'm happy to be here this morning to help, even if in a small way possible. Most of the policies out there, in order to have coverage for the claim, need comprehensive coverage. So it's policy dependent, and the best way to find that out is to look at your policy documents or call your insurance carrier if you can't find them to see if you have comprehensive coverage listed on your policy.
All right, and then how do you file a claim? How do you go about filing a claim if you know that this is covered under your policy?
That's a great question, and one that we often get. So during a natural disaster like this, insurance companies can get backed up, and phone. If you call into their phone line, you can experience a heavy delay. So similar to how Jerry saves its customers time and money through our mobile app, carriers have mobile apps that allow you to submit your claim description and submit your claim photos. We always give that tip to our customers and encourage them, use the carrier's mobile app if they have one to submit your claim.
And then, since you're an expert in this area, we see some cars that kind of take on a little bit of water. You see cars that are totally covered in water. How much water does it typically take for a car to be totaled?
Another common question, and what you're looking for here is how high the water made its way onto or into the vehicle. Was it above or below the sill? If the water remained below the sill, the common damage you're going to see will be to brakes, electrical lines, and corrosion in the vehicle. If it made its way into the vehicle and is in the carpeting, in the seats of the vehicle, it's probably in the electrical system, and it's going to cause more damage and potentially total the vehicle. But the only way to know for sure is to get the vehicle to a body shop to have it pulled apart and inspected.
All right, and yeah, that is the thing. I guess in some cases people would prefer the car be totaled so they could just have a new car that works. But I'm sure in many cases there are probably going to be some technicalities with that where the car isn't in working order, but it's still not totaled.
That's exactly right. And again, the key here is how far into the vehicle did the water make it? Did it penetrate the electrical components and possibly the engine, where it's going to cause short-term problems and long-term corrosion, and what the estimated damage is on the vehicle and how much it's going to cost to repair. So again, the best way to find that out is to get it to a body shop where they can start to pull back the panels and look to see how far in that water made it.
All right, definitely one of the most complicated issues people are dealing with right now, cars, homes, all that stuff. So Josh D'Amico, we appreciate your advice. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, guys, and thank you for joining us this morning as we saw more green coming onto the energy map just a few minutes ago. So hopefully we see more of that throughout the day, guys.
Yeah, it can't come fast enough, soon enough, and at least some grocery stores are starting to open, so at least there is a little bit of hope.
Definitely. All right, but then there are still major issues for some areas. Of course, those of us who are just waiting for power to come back on are the luckiest, right? Because we're looking at parishes that have totally uninhabitable houses, parishes like St. John, where they're telling you not to even come back home yet.
Yeah, and we just talked about with folks from Plaquemines Parish. They're under a complete lockdown. I mean, they have all kinds of problems, no water, no power, and just a lot of stuff they've got to deal with.
And he said weeks, and we're all surprised about seeing this green on the map because the infrastructure was so heavily damaged in New Orleans. So the fact that they're starting to get power back is, it's just puts a smile to people's face.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to speak with Entergy to kind of see the methods they're coming up with to get that back online, because that's what they said. We can get it to some areas. We have to do things a little bit differently to get it to others. So I'm sure they'll be able to explain later on today how they're getting it to some areas.
Yeah, and it depends on how bad the damage is in your neighborhood and things like that. And if they can get these transmission lines going, maybe we will get it back sooner than later. All right, that'll do it for us today. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow.
Take care, guys. I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you to our WUPL viewers for sticking with us. For our Channel 4 viewers just joining us, here is the latest Eye on Your Morning. We want to make sure that you and your families are safe and informed during this time. So if you have questions regarding the weather, evacuations, or anything else, text those to us at 504-529-4444, and then tune into our WWL-TV Facebook Live at 1 p.m. today for the answers. The Eyewitness News will host a Q&A for those in need. An off-duty NOPD officer was shot last night. He was driving on the I-10 West near the St. Bernard exit in an unmarked car when his window shattered. He noticed a bullet had grazed his head and drove himself to the hospital. He is expected to be okay. The NOPD says that crime is a big concern right now. With power off in New Orleans, they have a curfew in place starting at 8 every night. Michelle?
Well, it's going to be hot and humid today, across southeast Louisiana. Heat advisory will go into in effect in an hour or so. Many areas feeling like the triple digits. Please be careful while you're outside today. Scattered showers are in the forecast later on this afternoon, but notice the temperatures. We are in the mid 80s for many cities, but it feels like the triple digits. Look at Reserve, already feeling like 102 degrees. So please make sure you're staying hydrated and taking frequent breaks while you're outside. So 92 degrees, that is your forecast high. A mix of sunshine and clouds, and then scattered showers and storms starting to develop across the area later on this afternoon.
Thanks so much, Michelle. 8:56, and still monitoring those road closures for you guys. I've updated my Twitter, so you can follow me at @AprilDupree_. That's where I'm going to be sharing the majority of those updates throughout the day and the rest of the week. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge is still reserved for emergency vehicles only. To clarify, you are able to travel here, but they are suggesting that you don't to leave that area open for emergencies.
All right, thank you so much, April, and thank you guys for joining us this morning. We'll have the latest on the aftermath of Hurricane Ida on the Eyewitness News at noon.